Majokko Meimi.
Hello! Meow! Hi, Meimi-mu-me-mo! Sorry for being late. It is due to who I am as a person and my flaws dealing with the horrors. That is reconciling. It is once again Monday and also November. So happy Christmas the 3rd. How has the start of your festivities been? Although it's never the end of Halloween. Halloween is a lifestyle and not just a one-day holiday. So we have decorated my room so that it can live side by side in harmony. Horrors of sleeping. Wouldn't it be nice if every single day was a weekend? See, there's a song like that in Vocaloid, and it's one of my favorite songs because the theme of the song is that if everyone got what they wanted, then the world would explode. And I have to remind myself that every single time. I want to just live with sweets and whatnot. What about Thanksgiving? That's not a real holiday. That's a fake holiday. We can skip that one. We're already celebrating for Christmas, right? The store's already celebrating for Christmas. I went out to get boba and I stopped by a stationery store. And I was looking at all the cute little, like, non-necessities. What's the opposite of necessities? But is also not like a luxury good. When you think of luxury good, you think of like wine or gourmet cheese or something, right? But these are just like mugs shaped as little Christmas cottages and like light decorations and like fancy napkins and towels and stuff like that. So I was looking at that stuff because I was thinking like, oh, I probably have to buy like presents now. It's always good to start thinking about presents early. Because that way, if they go on sale on Black Friday, I know to be prepared. So I was thinking like, what should I buy? What should I buy? But buying it this early is silly. I'm scoping out, you know, what's available this year so I can buy cute stuff. I think it's best to buy stuff that is like cute, but like something you wouldn't splurge on yourself. But if you received it, you would still be happy. Well, this is for like official stuff, you know? This is like to give my witch upper superiors or whatever, not like my mom, so... Obviously, if you're giving it to someone you know, then you should give them something they actually like or need. But like, you know, like the cute little things that are just like, oh my god, it's a set of measuring cups, but they have Christmas handles. Oh my gosh, it's a set of tea towels, but they're cats. Like, that's the good stuff. I don't want to be late like last year. Last year I was very late and I couldn't think of anything, and I just went and bought one of my witch managers like one of those like sets of hot cocoa. It was like, granted it's like fancy hot cocoa or whatever, but it was still like a CVS kind of gift, you know? Like couldn't really find anywhere to get something, so I was like, okay, well, her family will drink this and that will be fine, but I want to give something nicer this year. Especially since I usually get like candles and tea and whatnot. And I like a white elephant. I'm very, very lucky, as y'all know. So my luck means I always draw a really late number and white elephant, and I always get to steal what I want. There's like precious little I ever want because other people are so unimaginative. But I managed to stake it out. And as soon as like it gets unwrapped, I just subtly keep my eye on it. And be like, okay, how many times has it been stolen? Plotting my getaway with it. Loves a good metal tumbler. I don't really like metal tumblers though, because they're too tall. And I don't drink that much, so I like adorable mugs. But even I recognize that mugs that are weird shapes are very hard to clean, so I would rather prefer the dishwasher safe ones and all that, but still. get wine for the wine aunt. I don't have a wine aunt though. Are there wine aunts in Asian families? I'm not sure. I don't have one anyway. But our witch coven like get together, white elephant and stuff. There's always like good stuff and funny stuff, and then there's like truly boring stuff. So I really need to avoid that. Like, oh, okay, you got a phone charger. How sweet of you. That's not a gift, you know? That's not exciting. You want something exciting, even if it's unnecessary, right? So that's why I think cute little things, cute little Christmassy things, at the very least, they perk up your spirits. You've never done a white elephant? Then what do you guys do when you exchange like little party gifts? You never give little gifts? Like that's the most fun time of all. Because when you're gifting real gifts, it's kind of boring. You just kind of ask them, hey, you need anything? And then my sister's like, I want a keyboard. And then my mom is like, oh, I don't really need anything. So I just get her like tickets to like a show or something. Or like I pay for a family dinner or something. Like that's on the need by basis, and it's super unimaginative and uncreative. When you get to exercise your creativity, that's when gifting is super fun for the gifter, not the giftee. The giftee is kind of like, oh thanks, another pair of socks, but who cares about them? It's about me and my fun. I'll get them like nice chocolates and cocoa and stuff like that. But I was scoping it out early this year because shopping is most of the fun. Yeah. Just want a keyboard? Yeah, she wants a nice keyboard. Still haven't given her anything yet because I've been looking at the sales. Gift exchanges, I just bought a box of Choco. Yeah, that works. That works. People do that. But like, you know, it's even nicer when you get to buy the fancy star-shaped candy or whatever. There's been this candy company I've been eyeing. They have like candy that is in different sorts of I don't know, they're just like festive, or they're just in, you know, like the kind of candy that's like shaped like crystals and stuff. Yeah, that kind of thing. It's definitely unnecessary, but it looks really yummy and it sounds very crunchy and nice. So I shot them like a request being like, hey, can I get a coupon code? I will shill your product. I just really want to try them. I think it would sound nice for ASMR too because it's very crunchy. I'll do like a taste test kind of stream. Showing off the sounds. But like that's the kind of stuff you give as a gift because it's like exciting. It's something you wouldn't buy for yourself. The new norm, Christmas starts the day after Halloween. It's always been the day after Halloween. Actually, there's already been Christmas stuff in the stores before Halloween came, right? Yeah. Well, nowadays I'm not that excited about socks myself, but it's like the big fluffy socks that people tend to get. They're too big for me little feet. I use I have my pair of stompers that are shaped like takodachi, so I just wear that around. Christmas season starts October. No! The day after Halloween! Okay. Now is the appropriate time for Christmas carols. Anytime before that is far too early. You have to sing This Is Halloween. Speaking of which, I sang a lot last weekend, but I feel like I still haven't sung my fill. I still want to sing my heart out. I'll probably do a members stream this week because I have songs I have to record. And you know me, I'm not going to do it until the last minute. So you guys are going to be forced to accompany me and keep me on track and focused. So I record it properly. My bad. Everyone's like, yeah, I guess that deadline's coming up. Me who was up until like last second practicing, you know, fun punk songs and rock songs instead, be like, Right. Yeah, totally working on that set list, by the way. Summon our karaoke and you're ready for carols? I am! I need to get my caroling list up to date. I don't know that many Christmas songs, clearly. Every year I sing through the obvious ones and then I'm just like, oh boy. But yeah, this week, by the way, the schedule this week is going to be today is chill and whatever. Tomorrow I'm going to have an earlier stream. I'm gonna be collabing with Miss Ari Alunami at 5 p.m. She asked me a while back about tarot cards because she was really interested. And I don't really know why, but her mom is superstitious and thinks tarot cards is like the work of the devil, which granted it is, you know, obviously. But like, we're cool, so whatever. So I'm gonna teach her how to teach her how to read them, and then we can do some readings if people want to stop by, and we will democratically curse everybody. Yeah, first come, first serve. Yeah, so I don't know whose channel it's gonna be on yet. I told her that like I have my little widget. I have my widget, but I think she's just going to do her own thing and just pull up a PNG of the card that she got. So, you know, that works, I guess. Just show exactly what's going on with a PNG waved around in your face. Good enough. I wouldn't know if I'll get a raise this year. Hey. We don't perform miracles here. Buy your $8 coffee and enjoy it, peasant. Yeah, Merry Christmas. Already Christmas. Meow. If you have a partner, better not let her curse, yeah? What do you mean if you have a partner? Or her? I mean, we're both witches. So we're like practically immune to each other's curses, you know? The more the merrier. What do you mean it looks too big for me? Have you ever seen a cloak before? Have you ever worn a blanket on your body? The bigger, the fluffier, and the comfier. I'm super cozy. You mean chat? What do you mean for the chat? But no male fashion sucks. Look, you're just not being imaginative enough. I'm sure there's wearable blankets out there. Okay, you just have to look. In fact, that's like top like which place gift, in my opinion. If I found the coziest, softest blanket ever, I would be the most popular witch gifting that. I'm sure I would be. I didn't see any in the store today, so I'll keep looking. Yeah. Did you notice my background is just the same, but like lighter color? Yeah, because Halloween never ends. We're just marrying the two. It's Nightmare before Christmas, but you know, you can have the nightmare up until Christmas, right? So they can hold hands. Maybe branded Snuggie. Do people wear Snuggies anymore? That was like that's such a brand thing, right? The 90s killed oversized clothes for us? What do you mean? Oversized clothes is still in fashion. What are you talking about? Y2K is all about baggy pants and like oversized jackets and stuff. You gotta keep up with the fashion, okay? Turning on the light transforms the room. Yeah, not spooky anymore, right? Very cozy. There's a fireplace back there. Don't mind the ghosts. They live here, you know? They just wanted to line up their abode for you. Still very warm and comfortable. Little ghost on the couch. Yeah. He's cozy there. He lives there. The pumpkins, they don't ever rot. It's fine. They're actually plastic. You know, that way You just use the same ones year after year, just like the trees. Doi, 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 doi. But anyway, ta-da. What was I saying? Yeah, that's so the Tuesday's gonna be collab time with Ari. I never usually stream Wednesdays. I don't know if we're gonna do another Stardew Valley. Let me double check. Stardew Valley. Usually after the last one, we always like ping everyone and be like, "Hey, are you free at the same time again next week and whatnot?" And Mochi tends to like Wednesday nights, but sometimes they've been Thursday nights. They're always at 9 p.m. And the collab channel right now is very filled, so I don't think we talked about it yet. But if there is, that will either be on Wednesday or Thursday. We don't know. And then let's see. Oh yeah. I got my silly little thing. Which I really want to show you guys. But I'm going to have a hand cam on Friday. So, Zephyr Arcade said that they sent their package to me and it's arriving Thursday. In fact, they sent so much stuff they like insured it. They insured it, which is crazy. I don't think anything will break, but hopefully it'll be fine. It should arrive Thursday, and once they get everything Thursday, I will have a hand cam Friday and show you guys all the goodies I got. And we'll see what cards I get to open, and I'll show you my silly little purchase. Definitely wise purchase. You know, if you think about it, it's just a Christmas present for me. Ignore the fact that I celebrate Christmas every day. Sometimes I give myself a treat, and sometimes I give myself a trick, right? The trick is to get myself out of bed. Sometimes it doesn't work. Treats are just, they're non-negotiable. I have to have one every single day. Otherwise, I won't be able to trick myself at all to be productive. So today's treat was mango milk tea. I got mango milk tea at Gongcha. It was pretty good. They put mango puree at the bottom, so I didn't need to add any like toppings and whatnot. And I wouldn't say it's like my favorite, but like as soon as I saw that on the menu, I was just feeling a little fruity but a little milky at the same time, rather than getting a pure fruit drink. It's okay. I like strawberry more because I'm a strawberry kind of girly. But yeah, it hits the spot. A little tangy, you know? Well, I think next time I want to get like a more traditional flavor. I've been trying all the weird flavors lately. I've been getting like the pumpkin spice. I've been getting like what did I even get last time? I got like taro recently, I think. Like the actual yam. Again, I don't drink that powdered stuff. I don't have that non-organic nonsense. I'm an elitist. No more tricks for treats. I played a nice trick and a nice treat on all of you guys, so you have nothing to complain about, right? How is my ASMR? Is it nice? The new mic is so nice, right? I'm sorry, it took me an hour to figure out the cable was the problem. Not me reinstalling every single driver and going on every single forum being like, And then Miss Charlotte Taylor Susie's like, oh, this happened to me before. Have you tried the cable? It's always the cable. It's always the cable, guys. It's always the cable. Honestly, I should just buy myself 4 cables. Just lots of cables, just in case. Just a jar of them. In case it ever fails. You know, today, but it was yesterday, I guess. Yesterday, I learned that cables are made differently. Cables are not all equal. Cables are not the same. I switched my last cable because I thought it was, I thought it didn't feed enough power. I thought it was, like, kind of too weak. Because I was trying out this other interface I got, which I sadly I can't use. Because directly of this problem, I don't have enough power to feed into it from my computer, and I guess that's the cable issue. So I've been switching around the cables. So I tried it on my my like go-to interface for ASMR. Apparently it's not two-way. It's like it's just a charger cable. Granted, I just kind of took it from somewhere else and was like, oh yeah, it charges my things, surely it'll work. No. It only sends power, it doesn't send like information to my PC. Tech people, please save me. Lord have mercy, why? That is the most evil thing I could have come up with. I think Satan would be proud. Not all cables are the same. Why does this cable exist? Only to provide power and not information. And that is why my PC was not picking up anything. Rest in pieces. I found my old cable and replugged it back in. And, you know, the chaos was restored to my ASMR setup. And I got to do it. Yeah, it's a USB cable, yeah. I didn't even know that was a thing that happened. I don't understand. Well, it's okay. It worked out. I got to have my ASMR. It was pretty fun. I feel like I got to let free and ad-lib a bit. You know? It was still a little nerve-wracking because I didn't have a stand, so I was just kind of moving the the thing around. My last stand I bought was really cheap and it like squeaks. So I need to oil it or something. But how do you actually oil screws? Is that a thing? I don't have real grease. Can I put something else on? Do I need to put like butter or toothpaste or I have massage oil? Does massage oil work? I don't want to rust the stuff. I don't want to mess it up completely. But I was so annoyed because it kept squeaking every time I did ASMR. So I just like, I'm not using it anymore. Well, you see, I need to take it on and off. I still need to like turn it. You know, I still need to turn the thing. It's the screw that you attach your microphone to the stand with, right? So I do still need it operational. I don't want it so loose either, but I just don't want it to squeak. All-purpose grease. I'm gonna get it everywhere. Well, you see, massage oil is the oil I have. It has oil in the name. I have cooking oil too, and I have like face oil, and that's it. I don't want to own anything other oils. I don't want to buy grease, like a whole thing of just for one squeaky little screw. They killed your stomach with the Final Fantasy keychains? Well, you didn't have to drink it all yourself. You could have just given it out. You can just give it out. Do I really need the stupid grease? Okay, fine. Fine. God. Fine. They're in tiny bottles. Okay, fine. I will be a handyman. I'll be my own handyman. Man, it'll be cheaper than buying a new stand. I was looking at the more adjustable stands because, you know, it's kind of like it's a really heavy little wood block. The problem is the 3DO. The 3DO is really heavy. So, you know, you guys have never touched these microphones, right? The 3DO's a freaking wood block, okay? It's not made of wood. It's like, I don't know what it's made out of. Is it metal? Well, suffice to say, it's quite heavy. So, the stand I have is also quite heavy and it's made out of metal. And it's just like a circle. And one singular, like, rod. And then you just screw it onto that. And that's it. And the new mic is actually 3D printed, which I find so interesting. So the Halo mic is a body that is made out of just 3D printed plastic. and it's hollow, with just the amount of stuff to hold like the mics and the wires together. And then the ears. And the ears are also softer. They don't have any of the firm plastic. It's not like as stiff as the 3DO. And I gotta say, the microphones are such nicer quality. And I love it a lot. And I love that you can like transport it. I love that it is really mobile. So it would probably been better if I knew this in advance and like I got one of those tripods that you can actually adjust, because it's so mobile. You can take it around and you can record like not in front of your PC essentially. I think there's a jack that you could use instead of the XLR cables, so you could like record it that way. It would be quote unquote like loss of audio quality and all that, but I think, you know, being able to record like in unconventional spaces is still worth it. You can edit it afterwards and all that. So it would have been nice if I got something that was more adjustable. But even so, I guess I'll grease the first one and get it to work. Is it closer to the feel of a real ear? They're still silicone. If you ever touch silicone, it's still gonna feel like that. I just like it that it's a little bit stickier sounding. It's not like really stiff, so you get to play around with it a bit better. The ear cupping is so much nicer, and there's no like weird feedback or static, and it doesn't pick up like background noises as badly. It doesn't pick up interference, you know, from all the other electronics I have around here as badly as well. Making hollow plastic without 3D printing is a pain. Yeah, it's 3D printed because in the so official like Discord they have, it's like the creators, they tell you like, oh yeah, we're going to restock like this many bodies. My printer is not working, so I have like my other printer and filaments coming in, and then like people can like request what colors they want first. The fact that it comes in cute colors is also such a draw. Yeah, mine's purple, of course. The ears are softer. Yeah, they're softer. So yeah, I could never do ear cupping properly before this point, because the 3DO always had some harsh feedback every time I tried it. And it would kind of be like shoving against like kind of the hard framework of the ears. But it works so much better. However, I do think like I feel like I do want to sit down and do like a comparison of all the sounds per microphone, because I think there are some things that doesn't pick up quite as well on. I wonder exactly how it sounds, like the differences. I think like whispers might be a little bit of a difference. I feel like the other one did pick up like whispers a little bit differently, but I think the new mic is just so sensitive, it picks up mouth sounds a little bit better as well. So maybe I'll just do like I'll do a comparison video. Just gotta edit it together and try out my triggers. I got this new squishy that I forgot to use, but you can't really hear it on my mic because it's getting like fizzed out, but yeah, you can't really hear it. I forgot to actually use it in the video because I play with it too much on my own. I left it at my bedside table instead. It's just so fun to play with. You guys gotta try squishies too. They're so nice to fidget with. Every time I buy them, it's always like, great sensory tools for ADHD autism. And I'm like, okay. Whatever, they're just cute toys, shut up. They're pretty expensive though. The shipping is kind of awful for this stuff, so you have to like buy a bunch, right? That's okay, I'll just expense it all off my taxes at the end. Orbacle squishy one. I don't know how you guys would get filled up though. You guys want to be filled up with like, I don't know, beads or soft plush stuff or clay or something? Your gacha budget should have reset. Okay. You don't even know how my gacha budget works. What am I supposed to use it on then, huh? Huh? I didn't know you were in charge of my finances. I actually spend my own money unlike everyone else. Or actually no, other people do spend their money when they run out of money. I save it. Speaking of money, I do have to do more reactive stuff to get more free money. Well, I guess it's not really free, but it's kind of free. I was shocked. I was like, there's no way, like, this stuff would do well, right? No. Why does TFT do so well? In the world of YouTube and algorithms, it's quite confusing, but you know, some of the same videos always get views, even if your channel has never done it before, and that's all they care about. And then you just print money from that one video, and you can spend all your time and energy trying to do fun games and entertain people, but no, people just want to see you watch the same video over and over. So, I've run out of that stuff, so I gotta queue some more up. It has its rabid fans. Yeah, I've clearly seen the the comments came out, and they're all like, yeah, watch this next. I'm like, okay. They don't even care. They don't even care that I have never played the game. Except for a couple of people that are mad about, you know, the comparisons to Overwatch 2. There's one person that was like, they even admitted they hadn't even played Overwatch. I'm like, okay, then what are you talking about? You don't know what you're talking about either. Yeah, the lazy purple videos. It's actually not doing great for me or anything, but I guess it's somewhere to start with. Other than Meet the Team, though, I don't think there's like an incredibly big video. Apart from that, never played Overwatch. Mad at someone that never played TF2. Yeah. Well, because I was saying like, okay, so medics like Mercy, right? I can see the stuff. And everyone's like mad about that. And then like, there's other people. Again, I said... It's like the common fighting being like, what's wrong with like somebody just using that as a reference? Oh, they understand me. Like, what else should I say? Oh, this is exactly like the mechanic of a healer that buffs and heals but doesn't really do much damage and has to stay in the back line. Wow, if only there was other characters in certain games that had those exact mechanics. It would save me a lot of time talking about redundant sentences, right? Yeah, I know Medic came first. Do I care? Not really. Does it affect my life in any way? Also not really. That's the problem with this kind of stuff. It's interesting as a video to watch, but it has no relevance in my life. I guess that's how people spend their time in day, right? They'll just like watch a lot of videos and then be like, why did I watch that? People will watch deep dives on lore for games they've never intended to play ever. And then what? And then are their lives enriched for that? Were you always curious about that? I guess from a pop culture perspective, it's nice to be aware of certain things. Like, I guess just like games that are popular enough, or like the history of when certain games came out in certain genres that affected the landscape of things. But like beyond the obvious stuff, The extra Easter eggs is a little much. I don't even know what fear and hunger is. And watching Digimon videos. I refuse. I don't think there are any interesting Digimon videos unless somebody can prove me wrong. But Digimon has just never entered the like sphere of popularity for the Western world, unfortunately. So nobody's making cool videos on them. It's a game to be experienced. I don't know if there's any I don't know if there's any fun lore videos and whatnot. Claim you were rage baiting? I am though. Because rage baiting gets lots of comments. And that's how you get views. Lots of people comment more and more and whatnot. Digimon anime summary videos? That sounds boring though. Let's see. We love rage baiting for views. Yeah, that's the secret. The secret is that if there's ever a mistake, it's just left in on purpose so that people will come and correct you on it. If there's ever a typo, that's just left in there on purpose. Now you know! Whoa, I'm pulling back the veil. Oh no. Oh, all YouTubers are liars and cheats. The stuff you have to wade through is pretty, well... I don't know. To be five-head about it. You also have to be stupid on purpose. Of course, you can't be too smart. That's unacceptable. Intentionally put a typo in the thumbnail? Yeah, that happens a lot actually. Either the thumbnail or the title. I feel like it hasn't been working lately. Well, I haven't put a lot of typos in mine, but that used to happen more often when like other people were taking care of stuff on other videos. Nowadays, I just kind of let it live. Maybe the average literacy of YouTubers has gone down. Maybe people care less. Maybe that's asking too much. Cheating us on actual rage. Yep. Surprise Pikachu thumbnails. That's like... I don't know. It's not as prominent anymore, I don't feel. Usually you just kind of like look at what other thumbnails are doing well and base it off of that. Well, I'm not making the thumbnails really. Basically, you look at what other people are doing and you copy them. Yeah, YouTube is just the land of copycats. Nothing is original. Nothing is, you know, good content anymore. Just make it trendy again. My Pikachu face is very boring though. I just go... Right? I don't have an extremely expressive face. But I also don't really like VTubers with extremely expressive faces. I find it like uncanny. The more they try to be realistic and less anime-like, the more like uncomfortable I get watching it move so much. So I don't really want to veer into that territory anyway. But yeah. Add 6, 7 in thumbnails. See, like the people that watch this kind of stuff are all old people. Actually, I've gotten so many comments on the TF2 ones being like, I feel old. I'm like, good. That was my intention. That was entirely my angle. Every time I watch a video, I have to have an angle. So my angle is Overwatch player that has never even heard of TF2 until after the fact and is unaware of its popularity and everybody is crumbling to dust. You have to think about the audience, right? Who the heck is watching your videos? Generally speaking, the only people that you can really bait into that kind of stuff is the older crowd. The younger crowd, you gotta make like Roblox videos. I don't know. I don't know if they care about any of the old nostalgia games. My fans are unks. I don't think they're my fans though. They're just drive-by people. It does get you a lot of subs, so I do feel bad. I'm like, maybe I should make more content for them. I'm just giving up at this point. I'm just like, okay, I guess my clip channel can get more subs than my real channel. Whatever at this point, as long as it makes me money or something. Who cares about the dream? Who cares about being a bona fide, honest VTuber? Everyone should sell out because it's the only way to grow. Am I right? What classifies as younger to you? Younger? Gen Alpha? Or what do you mean? Like younger audience? I can check my audience stats if that's what you're curious about. Let me see. My audience analytics. For my clip channel, it says that 96% male, and the highest category is 49% at 25 to 34 years. Then 30% is 18 to 24 years. And only 2.4% is 13 to 17. We have a little bit higher, 12.6% at 35 to 44. So a surprising 4% at 45 to 54. Dang, those Yugi boomers really came out, huh? And a 1% at 55 to 64. I am surprised they know what any of this stuff is about. Yep. That's the that's the gender, the Asian gender from the last 28 days. Might change a bit for like all time, but probably not that much. So yeah. That's what I mean. The people that watch this kind of stuff, they don't tend to be like regular viewers, you know. They watch one or two things that they're interested in specifically, and then they'll subscribe in case you do anything else. But they're not going to be like devoted fans. They're not going to be like, I'm gonna buy your merch and your sponsorship deals and whatnot. Because at the end of the day, it's like, you're not making the original content. Grandpa interest in punk rock, karaoke. No, this was my clip channel. On my clip channel, remember? Analytics on my current channel are a little bit different, probably. I don't think I have any young audience. Yeah, I usually do not get any 13 to 17-year-olds. It is highly concentrated in just 25 to 34, and then second place 18 to 24. But there's not as many older people either. So yeah, more and more concentrated in like the middle. Because older people don't really watch streams, and apparently younger people don't really either. I'm not in the bracket I thought I would be. What would be the bracket, huh? Nursing homes should play baby bots. I think it would be too much rage bait. I think my slang would just... It would need the dictionary to parse what I'm saying. Yeah, YouTube does know your age, generally speaking. They also know where you come from. They know what your viewing times are and all that good stuff. 44.4% of people from the US. That's why everyone else from outside can die, I guess, because they don't even come close. No one else is represented. There's like a lot of people that are not subscribed, but that's pretty normal. And everybody who watches me tends to be on starting 5 p.m. and after. The only days they are on a little bit earlier on are Fridays, Saturday, and Sundays. And for some reason, some people are on at noon Mondays. Me too. Oh, yeah. Yeah, who here isn't subbed? Hit that little bell. But yeah, that is all the analytics. It says there's 50% new viewers, 29% casual viewers, and 20% regular viewers on my main channel. And then on the clip channel, it's primarily new viewers. Maybe casual viewers because they like came back to watch a couple other videos. You don't really get regulars watching clips, you know. How much percentage Canadian? Mr. Canada is 4.7%. 4.7%. That sounds about like the population of Canada. Unlike Twitch, YouTube counts lurkers who don't chat, right? No. Actually, it's the opposite. Twitch is more likely to count lurkers. YouTube doesn't really count people who have ad block and are not like actively tapped in with the sound on as much. So it's more likely to get like it's more likely to get an inflated count on Twitch than it is on YouTube. You can usually tell because there's more like likes where people will answer the poll more often on YouTube over like the given CCV. The lurker problem on Twitch is something recent. Yeah. It used to be because Twitch would count everything. You know, and also like it used to be like you didn't have a rating on YouTube, so you just kind of like have a lot of people that aren't actively watching you still getting counted. But Twitch is now cutting down on everything on Twitch, which is fun. So in an effort to kill bots, they have killed their own lurkers and their own active people. I saw like someone say they did an experiment where they asked everybody in Twitch chat to like type in 1 or something or 2 or something, and everyone did, and it was like a lot higher than their CCV. But even typing something wasn't counting them as an active viewer for CCV, so who knows? Subscribe and like. Thank you for the super. Wow, you should too. Oh yeah, also let me see. Duber Zurak? I don't know how to pronounce it. Thank you for the tip yesterday for ASMR love and viewers. Thank you for the tip as well yesterday for the ASMR. I will try and get a crepe this week. If not, I will get something else yummy. Flash, thank you so much for 6 months of membership. Hi. Twitch is also limiting views when people can only have at most 2 active streams. Yes. So that's like always been a thing on YouTube as well, so I guess if you want to watch multiple people. I guess Twitch just like always allowed you to watch like 5 people at once or something. I don't know. But also most people on Twitch bot, so I don't know what the happy medium is. I don't really know. I'm not really big on the Twitch side because of it. Don't really want to bot, you know? It's mostly a networking game anyway. You have to have like a set of people that you regularly stream with on Twitch and regularly raid into each other and grow your communities from there. The pain of being a DD and not helping anyone. True, you're not counted. Therefore, your opinion is discarded. Dead internet theory? We're all ended bots. Yeah, I don't know. But I've just been told that for people on Twitch, there's no reason for you not to bot because the top people do it to push their views. It's not as useful on YouTube, so botting isn't like good on YouTube, but botting on Twitch is just a thing. It's a crazy little thing that people do. Well, it's going to come to a head with Twitch killing real viewers until they sort out the botting issue. Who knows? I wish I was a bot. I wish I had a cool cyborg body too. I wish it didn't like... I wish it never felt pain. I wish I had an iron stomach. And I could eat anything I wanted. Bot versus bot wars. Well, bots don't, like, send messages or anything, but whatever. Anyway. That is neither here nor there. Did you guys listen to our spooky scary skeleton cover from GlitchStars? Did you like it? We have more covers coming soon. So I'll be excited to share that. And then there's also going to be my own personal cover. At this point I'm just like, do I wait? That person, like, the artist almost finished the art. Surely, just the other day, they will overcome their art block and finish it and send it to me, right? But until then, my ASMR model is done, and so that will be debuting at the end of this month. I contacted just like someone to do a little trailer video, and I didn't want to rush them or anything. It's gonna be just a silly little thing. I was thinking of doing it on Black Friday because after Thanksgiving you guys are like so full of turkey, and then the Friday you're like you're having a ball in the morning shopping, but at night you guys are free, so you guys can have a comfy time then, right? Thanksgiving's not a real holiday anyway, so I can walk all over it if I want to. Oh, yo. There's no ball shopping? Huh? It is a war? Well, now everything is online, so... You wait for your... You wait for everything at midnight anyway. You'll be done by then. What, you're not there in the online queue? Don't we love online queues, guys? Don't we love waiting there, refreshing, and then if you accidentally click out or miss your thing or your checkout glitches, you're sent back into the queue, and people that like started waiting later than you are somehow ahead of you. Love that. What about Cyber Monday? What about Cyber Monday, huh? Real holidays PvP event after Thanksgiving. I do love Black Friday, but nowadays there's no good deals to be had. It used to be a matter of skill, but now everybody has a sale then, so it's not even the best sale of the year anymore. It's not like a rare thing that you get to like enjoy, you know? I just feel like, whatever, I'll buy the things I need then, and I will not be tempted into buying what I don't need. Does TCG Player actually have a Black Friday? Does it? What? Isn't it just based on individual listings? Would that even change? Limited stock, that doesn't have to be limited. Yes, they make you feel the FOMO. Feel the FOMO. You guys bought my merch, right? You guys bought all my cute limited merch. Otherwise, you're gonna feel FOMO right now. It's extra store credit. Oh. It does? I guess the store, you had to like set up your own Black Friday promo. Whatever. I don't know if I necessarily need anything right now. I kind of want Pokemon cards, I guess, but... Is the pen light limited too? I don't think so. I think the pen light is not limited. The accessories or cards and stuff might be, but that's not like a main deal. We watching today Christmas Carol. I don't think I've watched Christmas Carol before. FOMO in to be hero? What's Hero X? The $1K Pokemon card. Those things don't go on sale though. So I don't really understand what would possibly go on sale. It's a good question though. What you guys want to watch? We got more more TF2. We have all the Warhammer that I paused and haven't watched. It was funny because Zephyr told me like, oh yeah, somebody bought Warhammer. And I was like, oh neat. Thank you for whoever bought it using my code. So Gundam lore. See, I don't know where those videos are. Until those videos exist, I can't watch them. You can't just watch any old video on YouTube, by the way. I mean, you can try and then run into a lot of red tape. There's a process to it. The process in GlitchStars is that if there's a video, we usually have poor fell over there check it because they're the most free and knowledgeable about this stuff. You need to see if it's a video that has a lot of views, that is like trendy in some way, and that like other people react to. You know, it's not just like chosen out of nowhere. And if we want anything from a certain category, we like ask for it in advance so people can look around. But sometimes it just doesn't exist. You can't just react to anything because there are people that are very upset about it. For example, I think I forgot who it was, but somebody reacted to like a miniature like building video at one point, and like they sent a takedown request. They sent like a cease and desist. Like they were very unhappy about their small video being watched and reproduced somewhere else. So you have to be very careful about this kind of stuff. You need like some sort of like confirmation that they are okay with it, or that like it seems other people have done it, which is like, okay, they clearly haven't been like taken down or anything like that. Terminal Montage? I don't know who that is, but I'm not saying it's one or two people. I'm just saying there's like plenty of people that exist that you can't just do it to. Or in like, especially like with new videos, you have to like wait a week or so for the actual original video to get some traction before you post your reaction. Otherwise, people are just gonna watch your reaction and not watch their video, right? And that's also their livelihood being put at risk. So, gotta be polite about these things. That's why I can't really watch, like, whatever I want on the spot, or unless I, wanna risk things. But also, some things are just not worth... they're just not worth watching or reacting to. Or they are for the sake of, you know, in the moment fun, but they don't really make good content for clipping afterwards. Are you interested in reacting to history? That's like such a big category. What kind of history? I have no idea what cheese bunker means there. It's just that the viewer traffic could be going to the guy making the video. Yes. Which is perfectly valid, right? Christmas already? Yeah! It's November already. Obviously. You don't have your decorations up? Chop chop! Animation channel who does not like reactions and since he'll claim them if they don't add anything. Oh. Like Jaden Animation does? Yeah, animations are kind of like understandable because it is like 100% the artist's work. And their hard work should be properly appreciated and whatnot. But I also kind of don't know what kind of content you could possibly make out of it as a react. Wow, that's a really cute animation. That's it. That's all you gotta say. There's no other commentary. What are you learning there? You're just enjoying their work, right? That's why you can't just watch videos of, like, you know, movies and stuff on YouTube either. History oversimplified stuff has been going around. I don't really watch any of this stuff, so I don't really know. What do you mean no name November, huh? Oh, my mistake. I didn't know I was taking a whole month hiatus. Okay, let me just poof right now. Alrighty, no more streams. Goodbye. Wake me up when November ends. I don't even know what skip editorial it is. Well, like, I kind of know, but I don't like that kind of stuff. I don't really like brain rot, you know. I only like my specific brain rot. I have a terrible sense of humor. And most videos do not resonate with me. So at the very least, they should try to be interesting by giving me information. It's just that most of them tend to have too much information. It's very hard to process it all at once. Please understand. My memory encoding is very slow. No boba November, I would die. Would actually die. What's the point of living at that point? Let me see. Test your humor by watching Charlie Chaplin. Okay, that's like... That's fine. That's fine because he's a very silly and cute man. And he does silly things that transcend words. But I just can't handle the whole, like, we're gonna really hash on this one unfunny joke for the next 5 minutes thing that a lot of creators do. I don't have that humor. Learning about tier listed animals. Should I do that one? Has anyone even watched that one? I do find it funny though. That someone wanted to tier list animals. That absolutely sounds like something I would do. I have nothing to add to that though. I just... Like, I also hate the ocean sunfish. I don't know if they're rating that one. That's my F tier, okay? That's my F tier. You don't appreciate comparing things to router models? I didn't understand the router models! I just don't understand it! It wasn't funny the first time! It still doesn't make sense the next few times! Sunfish is Z tier? Yes, they're Z tier. What do you mean Meiges in the animal tier list? You guys are not animals. Unless you guys want to be put down like a dog. I'll kill you first try. How do you guys know all these videos off the top of your head? How can somebody mention this stuff and you guys like, oh, insert this thing? Like, is this also what you guys watch all the time? I live completely, like, apart from this. This stuff never graces my feeds because 100% of my feeds is just like idol stuff and VTuber stuff and music stuff and nothing else. What do you mean you guys know this off the top of your heads? The obscure video here. Can I say this? What about like the videos the guy does when he talks about Japanese food? You guys know that channel? Off the top of your head? You probably do! I don't even watch them. Can't you see what we watch? No. It doesn't list stuff like that. I watch a lot of random stuff. I don't watch any random stuff. I just don't really have interests in like stuff outside of my bubbles. Which is why this is like streaming is the only thing that will get me to learn about new things. 100%. Wait, I could go down my feed right now. I'll tell you everything on my YouTube. It's people reacting to K-pop because I guess my reacts is getting their reacts going. Let's see. ASMR. More like fan cams of K-pop. Various VTubers I have or have not subscribed to. Dance shorts. I do love dance shorts. Pokemon. Meimi-mu-me-mo. Fashion brand person? Okay, I don't know about that person. Did I accidentally watch a video of theirs or something? Never seen them before. Fan cams. Nikkei. Yeah. Dance stuff. More dance stuff. VTubers. Yep. I don't even know how I would possibly accidentally go into the kinds of categories you guys watch. I don't watch Worlds on YouTube. I watched it on their silly little World site to get like the bonus login whatnot. But I haven't watched it in a while, so I probably should. I don't know. I probably excessively tell them I'm not interested in certain stuff or don't want to watch certain channels. So I don't really get anything that I don't like. Of course, it does get a little gnarly when I start going into like new music for karaoke and whatnot. Or it'll show me a bunch of like Yu-Gi-Oh stuff if I start looking at Yu-Gi-Oh videos. But that's normal, right? Da-da-dum. Finals watch along. What is finals? Says Tears is VTuber related because he's been collabing with some VTubers recently. That's not the same thing. That just means like VTubers, big VTubers nowadays are just streamers. You know? Which is like how they want to operate, right? Okay. Let me get my scene going. Majokko Meimi. Let me take off this. This is starting to get a little hot. Wait. I'll put my jacket back on though. You want my hat? My hat is very big though. My hat is just like all you end up seeing if I move like this. Bam! Half the screen is gone, but I guess you guys can have it on for a bit. That's a treat. Yum yum yum. World's Finals is this Sunday. Do I have anything this Sunday? The 9th? I think it's just my recording deadlines, maybe? That's happening. Yeah. I don't know. What do you mean a hat cam? What the heck? That's the same thing! You guys should have bought the Fumo, then you can have your own hat cam. What do you mean we get a treat from Meimi? Every single stream of mine is a treat. I'm gonna take it away from you guys next time, huh? Why even bother? I'll just have a stream with my hat and nothing else, and then you guys will make the same stupid jokes forever. Yeah. Oops. Okay. Don't just casually don't look at my Discord. Doesn't have anything secret. It's just my link that I found the video on. Yeah, I felt exposed for sending us good video recommendations. Thank everyone. Thank Fel for working overtime for GlitchStars. Hardest worker for real, for real. How big should it be? Like this big? This much? What do you mean? I don't think insult equals treat. I've been doing plenty of streams lately. I don't have to. Yeah. Is that good enough? Am I covering too much? Let me get... I'll move this down a little bit. No, I guess it comes up here. Yeah, this is the house cats video. I've never watched any videos from them, so I'm just going by what Fel said. I trust him. Yeah. It's been an age since you last streamed. I literally streamed yesterday, so... I streamed last night, in fact. It hasn't even been 24 hours. Wait, actually it has. It has been 24 hours. It's 11 PM now, since you guys like wasting time on yapping. And I encourage you guys every single time. I humor you guys. That's right. Okay. Okay. Let me put that there. Are you guys ready yet? Music. Okay, music is on. Meow, meow, meow. It's a good starting point. They can go by whatever other animals interest you if you want. Okay. As long as their content is silly and safe, that's all I like. No drama here with animals, right? Unless they send something. Unless they say something blasphemous, like dogs are better than cats. Then them's fighting words. And then all hell will be unleashed, right? Okay, are house cats overpowered? By Tirizu. Well, I think cats should be overpowered. I think that is correctly tuned. That's just my opinion without having watched this video. And I do not expect to change my mind anytime soon. But let's see what he has to say. Oh. Hang on, sorry, the quality sucks.
This game.
Let me try that. Maybe? Is it loud enough?
This game's tier list can seem pretty set in stone sometimes, but in reality, major shifts in the meta can happen extremely quickly, especially when new resource hotspots and points of interest open up. Builds which are well adapted to capitalize on these
just talk about animals
dramatic
like
ascensions
games?
on the tier list. One such event occurred when humans unlocked the food storage ability. This greatly improved the humans' survivability by giving them a consistent source of XP, even during harsh winters or famines. That is, if they could defend their stockpiles. These stashes were incredibly valuable and could easily support entire colonies of rats and sparrows if
The Black
improperly
Plague.
guarded. And while these Neolithic humans did have some techniques that could use
Fun fact, Neolithic people stored grain in clay pots, baskets, and pits dug deep in the ground. Yes, but... But did you know that, like, the population got shorter after we started eating grains?
to try and protect their precious grain on their own. Ultimately, their saving grace came in the form of a previously low-tier predator build that was barely scraping by in the North African savanna. The wildcat. A build which, once domesticated, would go on to become one of the most oppressive, overpowered predators in the current meta. But what is it about the house cat that...
Hungry God is now the time to be resubscribing with Prime. Thank you for 12 months. Wait. Is he saying that cats were like low tier before we domesticated them? Really? I've always thought cats were like pretty high in the list.
And one of the most oppressive, overpowered predators in the current meta. But what is it about the house cat that makes it such a dominant threat? And how was it that the wildcat became better suited at taking advantage of pest infestations than other builds? To really explain the success of the house cat, we need to go way back and start our story just after the Miocene balance patch. This update granted mammals access to a new ability called Carnassial Teeth, a side grade of the dentition skill tree, which allows users to gain bonus XP from carcasses and carrion sources.
Oh my god.
This may seem like a minor thing,
so
but it completely changed up the metagame and made hyper-carnivorous builds a lot more viable, giving rise to a new archetype called the carnivore.
Oh, meerkats! I didn't think meerkats were in this category. Mongoose? Okay, dog, otter, skunk, and bears. Are meerkats that fierce of a predator?
A group which includes many of the most popular predator builds in the current meta. Carnivorans are divided into two factions, caniforms and feliforms. Caniforms are more generalist in nature and invest a lot into the olfaction skill tree, letting them track the sense of whatever they need, be it scavengeable carrion, prey, fruit, honey, water, or teammates, from a great distance. They also tend to have a lot of stamina, allowing them to run for long distances without tiring. Feliforms, on the other hand, doubled down on the Carnivoran archetype's original strategy. They spec'd into even more abilities meant to crank up the efficiency of the hyper-carnivore game plan. The ability Tongue Papillate allows felids to extract even more value from fresh kills. Instead of investing heavily into scent-based sensory power, Feliforms tend to focus more on their hearing and eyesight abilities. This doesn't help them scavenge, since things like carcasses and berries don't make sound, but it does make them incredibly good at detecting hidden prey. Also, in keeping with the Carnivoran's first major advancement, Feliforms also focus a lot more heavily on specialized dentition, optimizing their bite attacks to deal massive puncture damage, and more effectively hold onto prey so the user can deal bonus damage with their claws. Throw in a few more ambush-focused abilities like retractable claws and camouflage fur patterns, and you've arrived at the modern Felid, easily one of the most successful stealth assassin builds the game has ever seen. In fact, during the Ice Age expansion, Felids were such a dominant threat that many other predator builds had trouble competing with them at all. In the current meta, cats remain incredibly dominant in virtually every major terrestrial server. Basically every cat, including the ones I like to throw shade at, is a threat. Not just to those of similar weight class, but even to builds that vastly outweigh them. Although their power stat tends to be fairly modest among Carnivorans, through efficient use of critical hits, a skilled Felid player can take down just about anything. While the majority of the Felid player base was off rampaging through the upper weight classes, an offshoot of the faction opted to forego larger size and instead chose to spec into a few new abilities meant to capitalize on exploiting the weaknesses commonly found in the lower weight classes. So let's finally start unpacking what makes the house cat so overpowered. We'll begin with a quick look at the cat's stats. We've got a build with upper mid-level intelligence, low defensive stats, decent damage, above average stealth, high mobility, and excellent perception. Right off the bat, something that might jump out at you is, well, the fact that nothing jumps out at you. Cats are supposedly some of the most broken predators of all time, and yet none of their stats seems all that busted on their own. Top-tier builds tend to have at least one stat that is so high it completely invalidates the strategies of other players.
Cats are not glass cannons.
Tools, they don't have a bone-crushing or venomous bite, they can't change colors, they can't tank attacks for days, they can't echolocate, and so on. So no obvious answer here. Next, let's check out their unique abilities. We talked about a few already, including the abilities that buff the XP rates from meat sources. These should not be understated, as without them you can pretty much entirely write off the viability of this build. Cats and all other mammals have the warm-blooded trait. This grants them greatly improved stamina regen rates, greater resistance to cold damage, and a bunch of other useful perks, but at the cost of much greater upkeep requirements, meaning they need to secure kills much more frequently than similarly sized cold-blooded builds.
Honestly, I thought the cats are just being whiny little babies when they want to eat all the time. You're telling me they have a reason for that?
Without these abilities granting the cat bonus XP from meat, it would be very difficult for them to keep up with their energy needs, even with how efficient cats are at hunting. Cats can also move extremely quietly due to their soft toe pads and retractable claws, enabling them to easily get within striking range of prey through smart use of cover and line of sight. But okay, all types of cat, large and small, have those abilities. How about something more unique to house cats? For that, let's look at their primary perception-based ability, slitted pupils. This ability grants house cats extremely precise depth perception, greater than all other felids. This allows them to perfectly judge the optimal pouncing distance, massively increasing their odds of landing an immediate critical hit and incapacitating their target before it has a chance to respond. So even though the house cat's base damage isn't broken in and of itself, when a house cat goes on the offensive, it can certainly look that way. This strategy is what has led to the complete collapse of several different player bases in the amphibian, reptile, bird, and mammal factions, as it truly is that oppressive. Now, while we were first looking at the cat's base stats, one thing you might have assumed right away was that the cat's lower defensive stats are its main weakness, and that cats function as a sort of glass cannon, with very little counterplay options when attacked. You might also assume that given the cat's high mobility, their primary defensive strategy is simply to run away when they feel threatened. And while their top speed is often enough to escape danger when needed, instead, cats employ their mobility stat defensively in a different way. This is where one of the most shockingly effective aspects of the house cat manifests. House cats use their incredible agility to stand their ground. Agility and quick reflexes are...
Wait. I learned this. Aren't they just like those mobility types? Aren't they just like Lucio and Scout? They just are faster, but they're also like wall bouncier, right? You can just confuse and outlast your opponents.
Usually used to dodge attacks, but cats instead actually use the reflexes to deflect them. Because their incredible depth perception grants them such high accuracy on their attacks, they can use their claw swipe attack to actually block incoming strikes. This is surprisingly consistent and works on a lot more attacks than you might think. Now, obviously this is a high-skill, high-reward strategy. Missing a parry can result in serious damage. But if you get good enough at this, you can ward off attacks from just about anything, and potentially even open up opportunities for counterattacks. Put all this together, and you come to understand what a house cat build truly is. A house cat is what you get when you fuse the deadliness of a snake with the energy of a mammal. But why does this playstyle make for such a good partnership with human players? Compared to dogs, they seem like they'd be much less useful party members. Humans broke the game and became the top-tier build by using coordinated team strategies and tool use in order to utterly trivialize their matchup versus large mammals. Dogs easily slot right into this game plan, as they can help track and chase down large prey, and also sniff out any potential ambush predators that could disrupt and punish this strategy. When a successful kill is made, dogs and humans naturally split the reward and both benefit. Dogs are also great defensively, as they can keep watch at camp and alert party members of approaching enemies.
Not gonna lie, my dog has never been good at that.
Cats are generally pretty useless in this regard. They don't have anywhere near the endurance required to chase down prey over long distances, can't square off head-to-head with those builds anyway, and aren't nearly as reliable for early enemy alerts. The kills the cat makes can't realistically be shared with humans either. It wasn't until humanity unlocked the agriculture ability that the player base began to notice additional vulnerabilities they didn't need to care about before. Vulnerabilities that dogs couldn't really help with. When operating off of a hunter-gatherer strategy, humans could basically ignore all builds in the low weight class. Rats and birds were no threat to humans, and also not worth the effort to take down. So it makes sense for them to just focus on larger quarries. However, when the focus shifts to farming and food storage, those same builds humans were ignoring before suddenly became one of their biggest threats. Having a granary raided and its food reserves destroyed could easily wipe out an entire human settlement. So figuring out proper security for these storage sites was critical. Dogs simply are not effective enough at stopping pest infestations to fill that role. They cannot climb or
left
fit
it
into small
there.
spaces and aren't stealthy enough to catch the trickier pests. Cats, on the other hand, are truly excellent at this task and come with other benefits as well. The main one being that they require very little upkeep. Although they are social builds, they hunt alone, so they don't require any direction or attention from their human party members in order to accomplish their task.
Oh my god.
Since humans don't
We
have
just
any
got the
need
bird.
for rat or bird carcasses, the fact that cats don't usually share their kills is actually a benefit rather than a drawback.
Yeah, we don't know.
The only
We
thing
don't need
cats
the
really
rats.
require from humans is to share in the shelters they construct. In the wilderness, cats typically use burrows, hollow stumps, or caves as their home bases. But these are vulnerable to attacks. Human settlements are significantly safer. Speaking of safety, even though cats are extremely lethal hunters, they pose very little danger to humans.
No, okay. Have you ever been scratched by a cat? Have you ever been bit by like a truly vicious cat? I love cats, don't get me wrong, but that stuff stings. You know, as soon as they scratch you, like you get an allergic reaction and your skin starts freaking out. It's not like dogs. It's not at all like dogs. In defense of dogs and cats.
This is a huge advantage over snakes, which theoretically could ally with humans to serve the same purpose,
Oh,
but
I
in
hate
practice are
snakes.
far too dangerous to risk keeping around.
Oh my
The
god,
fact
they
that
just
cats
bite
are
him!
warm-blooded and therefore need to eat more frequently than snakes is also a benefit rather than a drawback for humans, since it means they need to stay on task and keep their guard up.
Oh,
So while it
that's
is
true.
common to see players debate which build makes
Which
for the better
is a better
addition to a
party
human
member.
player's party, the correct answer is actually
Both.
both.
Both, huh?
Dogs are a huge help in the large creature matchup, while cats cover your weaknesses in the small creature matchups. Having both in your party covers all of your weaknesses and
Unless they hate
enables
each other.
human settlements to use a
Unless they
hybrid
hate each other.
playstyle of both hunting and farming. So if you're a human main trying to construct the most optimal party comp, the only real question
you a
is how you'll keep
farmer
the
or a
dog
hunter,
and cat
guys?
players from fighting each other.
That's what I'm gonna say.
Now, knowing which traits
From now on, I won't be like, do you have a... Are you a cat or dog person? No. Are you a hunter or gatherer? I need to know.
and abilities to invest in can be a difficult choice. Luckily for you, I've partnered with the game Cell to Singularity to provide you the perfect
Yeah.
training simulation. Cell to Singularity is a scientifically accurate, non-fiction, idle clicker
I'd like
game
to be a
where you
farmer.
begin as
You're just a
single
simple
cell and have
farmer.
to unlock traits to evolve your biology, increase your
Given-
intellect,
given
and
my
invent new technology in order to conquer the
Task-oriented
universe and reach the
lifestyle
ultimate
and Stardew
singularity.
Valley, I'm not sure.
It's a relentlessly fun idle game that had me hooked for weeks. I love the charming
feel
low-poly
like-
3D animals that you unlock as you progress through the tree
I
of
don't know
life.
if the
In fact,
cats
I
would
like
help
this game
me,
so much
but
that we
I would
actually
be
decided to
distracted by
partner
the
up
cat
and build an
instead,
entirely new
right?
limited-time game expansion, focused
But
entirely on
to be
exploring
fair, the dog
adaptations
would
that allow
also
cats to
distract
conquer the
me.
planet. It's free to play and available on Steam, iOS,
Dogs
and
need
Android.
to, like,
We
get
worked closely
walked.
together on this cat event, so see if you can recognize and remember some of the important special abilities that I mentioned as you
Oh
play
my
through
god,
it.
look!
If you do manage to get far enough in this event, you'll even unlock a special tier
Do they
3 themed
actually have
badge,
cat
which will permanently
events
give your
in this
simulation
game?
a valuable speed buff.
What?
So please do check this one out because I genuinely have never been so excited for a brand partnership before. This one really is special to me, and I guarantee you'll have fun playing Cell to Singularity.
Scrapey
Again,
tongue!
it is completely free to play. So click
Okay,
or
but
tap on the
cats'
link in the
scrapey
description
tongues are
or
so
scan
cute.
the QR code
Even
on
if they
screen
hurt
now.
a little bit.
Thanks again for watching, and as always,
You're
good
just gonna
luck
have
out
to
there.
endure it, right? Okay, so what I gather from this video is this is a 12-minute excuse for a cute cat video compilation with video game references added everywhere. Just to like, this really was a very zoomy editing style. I felt like I was watching Subway Surfers. You've seen these cat clips before, but wait! We've layered on some Super Smash, some Minecraft, some like other random things, some Among Us sounds. Catch all the references so your little brain will be overwhelmed and happily stimulated. I've owned both cats and dogs before. But I own both of the kinds that are not very useful towards what he is like building a party around, I guess. I don't think my cat ever caught anything. Granted, I was very young, but I don't think she caught anything ever. She was fairly smart. She was very cute and knew that like I liked her the most, so she slept with me. Let's see. my dog is a Pomeranian, right? So I feel like every point about dogs is very moot when it comes to Pomeranians. They're just like fussy little cats. They're such prissy little cats. The most cattish dogs I've ever met. They have such an attitude, you know? They're very lazy and they... He resisted me every time I wanted to take him out on a walk. I'm like, nope. You and me both. We gotta get through this neighborhood. Yeah, he was such a silly little guy. I think my parents overall prefer dogs. But I don't remember why we had a cat. I think it was like... some family friends at the time had an extra kitten. So that's why we got a cat early on. And when we moved away, we did have to give it away. So I was very heartbroken. I love my cat. My doggy, on the other hand, was like... specially picked out by my mom. You know, she wanted a white Pomeranian. Sure, we sure did get exactly the white Pomeranian we wanted. And he was afraid of cats. Was the dog that would bark 5 feet away, and then as soon as you bring up a tiny little puppy, he would be freaking out. He'd be scared. The cats could definitely beat him up, so... don't know how accurate this is to all dogs and cats. Mine hates everyone, but to me she's clingy. That's like pretty common unless you socialize them, I feel. Yeah. A bell on her cat that went outside because she was a menace to the... yeah, exactly. They do tell you that you should keep your cats indoors unless you really live in an area where the wildlife is not going to be affected, because cats are so good at what they do. Like, you don't have dogs that like go out killing birds and rats and stuff all the time, but like, you know, you'll get so many casualties with a cat on the loose. The cat run after deers, and the cat would win. Oh, actually, it might get kicked. I don't know. Depends. Shibas are also very feisty, but Shibas are bigger. Shibas are in a higher weight class, okay? Pomeranians will get stepped on, and that will be it for them. Shibas still can bite. They're kind of bitey. Cats are like... they can hold their own. It's just that sometimes they will decide that they have a personal problem with, you know, your blinds or something, or your neighbor. I bet Chihuahua, he's cute but also a little dirt. Most Chihuahuas are just born that way. I don't know why they're neurotic. Let me see. Do they have other videos about this stuff? Are crows overpowered? Are scorpions overpowered? Is that everything he says? Jellyfish tier list. Are camels overpowered? Are mongooses overpowered? Is every animal overpowered to him? Are centipedes broken in the current meta? Where's the underrated ones? Are horses overpowered? I don't really think so. I think horses are really delicate. Look at this one, Shaw! He literally did that because of Hollow Knight, but 2 years ago. Ahead of his time. Remember 2 years ago when we thought Silk Song was gonna release them? Meimi-mu-me-mo is overpowered? Yeah, I've heard too many stories of those Meimi-mu-me-mo horses dying on the racetrack to think that horses are overpowered. They're fragile! Super fragile, and they scare so easily. Sure, they can attack, you know, but like anything that big can attack. I think moose can take down way more than a horse can, for example. Humans are underpowered. Okay, fair. I am underpowered. A door. You know, a particularly heavy door on a windy day. That's what defeats me. Would you rather fight 10 horse-sized chickens or 100 chicken-sized horses? I would rather fight the horses. Chickens are nasty. Chickens are exactly as they are depicted in Zelda. I could never win. If you ever fought a chicken with a grudge, they are dinosaurs. Most underrated dinosaur. Which ones do you guys like? Hippos. Do you remember my hippo fact? No one wants to talk about my hippo fact. Not even me. Pigs nerfed. Oh yeah, pigs used to be overpowered. True, they used to be boars. A flying build OP. Not with the current airspace, I wouldn't say so. It's all speculation. Well, duh, they're dinosaurs. The most underrated dinosaur. This sounds like a Pixar movie.
I've been getting a lot of requests to start posting actual gameplay in addition to my usual character build guides and tier lists. So today I thought I'd share a VOD of an old playthrough I did back during the Cretaceous expansion.
The Cretaceous
I'll be discussing
expansion.
my choices and actions as they come up, so hopefully this will give you a sense not only of how the dinosaur meta really played out, but maybe even give you some strategy ideas for your current playthrough, even though many of the builds featured in this
is an
VOD
arc
have either
guide.
been banned or severely nerfed. If people end up enjoying this style of video, I might do some more, maybe even show you all which builds I'm running in the Anthropocene meta. Anyways, that's enough introduction. So here we are running a rather atypical dinosaur build called Dinokairos. A quick look at my stats shows that despite the fact that I'm not playing as a carnivore, I'm actually running a much more offensive build than you might expect. I've spec'd into powerful claws, which will hopefully be enough to deter predator players. My intelligence stat isn't too spectacular, but it's enough to give me access to the parental instincts trait, which is super useful for completing the main quest.
Should they think dinosaurs were?
For those who don't know, the main quest in any playthrough of the game is to reproduce. And parental instincts can help you earn bonus evolution points in exchange for giving your offspring care and protection. That's endgame stuff though. Right
I don't
now,
know, my
using
endgame
solid
stuff
perception
is
abilities,
to fill
I've
my
detected
stomach.
a pack of Tarbosaurus players who appear to be looking for PvP. As you can probably see, I've had trouble dealing with PKers in the past. Even though I survived my previous encounter, the wound ended up giving me a pretty severe debuff to my max HP. So instead of trying to take this clan of Tarbosaurus on, this time I'm gonna try a more evasive strategy. It'd be really nice if my teammates would get their act together, since if we actually all grouped up, we'd be able to mount a defense potentially strong enough to repel these predator
You're
players.
like the
But unfortunately, you never
schools
really
of
can
fish.
count on your teammates in this game. So for now, it looks like my only real option is to escape. I wish I had time to level up just a few more times, because right now, my base speed stat is lower than it needs to be. I've got a high enough endurance stat that these Tarbosaurs would run out of stamina long before I do. But unfortunately, they're closing the distance far too quickly for that to be a relevant factor. Thankfully, the leading Tarbosaurus player misses both of his attacks here, giving me one final chance to escape. I could keep running, but obviously they'd eventually land an attack.
Good
In
kite.
this case, the fact that I'm next to a cliff gives me a very risky option, one that's basically only preferable when the alternative is certain death at the jaws of this Tarbosaurus clan.
Huh?
The fall dealt serious damage and also inflicted a temporary stun on me, but thankfully the Dinokairos build has high enough base HP that
He
even in my
plays
already
dead?
moderately damaged state, I could still tank the damage.
He took fall
The same
damage.
fall would probably deal lethal damage to a Tarbosaurus build though, so it looks like they decided to go after my teammates instead.
Oof.
I would go help them, but first of all, it looks like I'm too late, and second of all, it's their fault for leaving me behind in the first place. My goal now is to try to heal, and to grind for XP to level up. My main quest is still to reproduce, but short term, once again, it's probably more important that I focus on survival. In only a few more levels, I unlock the mating ability, which is the first real step in finishing the reproduction quest.
Don't you need
So
to
hopefully
find
it
someone
won't take
first?
too long to get the XP required to level up. Here we are in the forest biome, which is one of the best places to be if you are trying to grind for XP. Because of my character's long-reaching arms, I can access loot that other players can't, giving me a pretty sweet advantage when it comes to the grind.
Isn't that big? Aren't all dinosaurs
these
massive?
are pretty poor XP per hour, so even with this advantage, it'll still take me a while. But at
This
least
is
I'll
just
replenish some of my
RuneScape,
lost
guys.
health in the process. This is pretty crucial since an ambush, even from a weaker player, could cost me the game when my health is this low. It's important to run stealth checks on your surroundings every so often so enemy players can't easily sneak up on you. Advanced perception abilities can aid in this, but my character doesn't have any of those. Still, I've detected a Protoceratops burrowing nearby. This player doesn't seem too territorial, and even if it was, it wouldn't pose too much of a threat to me, since it's in a lower weight class than I am. I'm not a big fan of the Protoceratops build since it relies on the burrowing trait and herding behavior to avoid attacks. This means it's pretty vulnerable when grinding for XP, and forces you to rely on your teammates, which, as I've said before, can be pretty hit or miss. It looks like both of us are just trying to grind XP at the nearby
The size comparison is
so no
pretty
sense
big.
initiating any sort of combat right now.
This is some Monster Hunter level stuff.
At the lake, a quick stealth check reveals nearby players and gives us a pretty good sense of the local meta. We've got the typical mobility/evasion-based builds like Ava Mimus, the tank builds like the Titanosaur, and wackier, more niche builds like the Housecaraptor, a diving build whose techniques pioneered many of the modern waterfowl builds of today's meta.
The waterfowl meta.
Anyways, now that my character's thirst meter is topped up and I'm no longer in danger of incurring dehydration penalties, I think it's time I demonstrate one of the Dinokairos build's main advantages. So far, I haven't really done a good job showing why bipedalism is such a great trait.
Bipedalism.
My character's forelimbs were shown earlier as being useful for reaching the leaves and branches that would normally be out of range. But forelimbs can be used for much more than that. You can probably guess that they'd be great in combat too, even though I opted to flee from those Tarbosaurus players.
Those are too big.
However, they can also be used for fishing.
Oh.
I got pretty lucky here connecting my attack on the fish, since if I'd missed, my stealth advantage would be gone, and the other fish players would have probably all scattered.
The other fish
are worth
players?
way more XP than leaves are.
What do you
so
mean
the
fish
Dinokairos
players?
build being omnivorous and having the ability to actually catch fish really does set this build apart from other more basic bipedal herbivores. It levels up
yummy.
much quicker because of this elevated XP rate, and that's why I'm already at the level required to unlock the mating ability. That about wraps up most of the objectives that I had for the short term. I've replenished my health, filled my hunger and thirst meters, and leveled up. So it's time to start the next section of my quest. One of the more controversial things about the reproduction questline is that in order to start it, you generally have to waste a few evolution points on unlocking cosmetics.
On
Aesthetic buffs like
cosmetics!
more colorful feathers don't have
That's
much of
so
an impact
true.
on gameplay, but the sad fact is that since the mating ability requires cooperation with another player, and because your offspring's stats are determined by the average between your character's stats and your partner's character, it's generally a good idea to find a partner who can afford to waste a few evolution points on pointless cosmetic upgrades, since this means they probably already have stats that were good enough to get them this far in their playthrough.
A whale.
This player here has wasted their evolution points on blue feathers, a pretty expensive cosmetic upgrade, meaning they'd make a great choice to complete this part of the quest. If this player is also working on their
blue
mating
feathers.
questline, they might pick my character as a partner, in which case they'll activate their mating display ability.
Imagine
Looks like that's exactly what's going
a
on.
game that
So if I want
forces you
accept
to
his
get
request,
married.
I have to also activate my mating display ability, which initiates the rhythm game portion
A
of the
rhythm
quest.
game! What's with the DDR? Do they do dances? How do we know this? Are we just assuming because it's like bird-like that they do mating dances? Yeah, we're dual DDRing. Yo, the music is not lining up with this beat map.
It's pretty short,
Also,
and once it's over, the quest objective should update automatically,
EX
saying that
the-
I've
the
completed that
combo
portion
meter
of
isn't
the
going
reproduction
up
quest. For
in
players
accurate
who chose
gameplay.
a male character, the reproduction quest actually ends here. It's much easier and can be completed an unlimited amount of times per playthrough, but it's worth far fewer evolution points than the female's quest is. Players with female characters have to actually ensure that their offspring hatch and reach the age of independence in order to complete the quest. Since my character is
Unfair.
female, unfortunately this means the difficulty of this quest will only increase from here on out, starting with the long, grueling objective defense section. To complete this section, all I technically have to do is make sure I spend at least 80% of my game time on the objective. This ensures the eggs get incubated and hatch with normal base stats and no congenital debuffs. This sounds simple, but it gives you very little time to forage for food to keep your health and stamina topped up. I should probably mention one of this build's traits that I haven't touched on yet, feathers. Most players assume feathers are only useful for those who feature the flight ability prominently in their playstyle, but their usefulness in that regard wasn't discovered until later. In the early Cretaceous meta, most players spec'd into feathers because they grant an incubation time bonus, shortening the duration of the objective defense portion of the quest.
It's just fluffy down.
One of the toughest parts of this questline is that even the slightest lapse in vigilance can cost you greatly. Here, some raptor players were scouting my nest, and since I'm not part of a herd, they saw my eggs as an easy target. my perception abilities were plenty effective enough to detect them from far away, so they didn't get a stealth strike on me or anything. In fact, I detected them from far enough away that if I needed to flee, I probably could have escaped. Unfortunately, I'm not playing deathmatch right now, and I would lose automatically if I just fled and let the raptors capture the point. Perfect time to demonstrate how powerful Dinokairos' arms and claws really are. My first attack connects perfectly in one dudes.
Get him!
Then I get a grab on the second raptor and take him out with a back throw.
Yeet him!
I whiff my next slash attack on the third raptor, but cancel it into a weaker backhand attack.
Whoa!
And if I was playing at my best, I'd have used that stun time to try to take out the final enemy. But I got a little greedy and tried to finish the third raptor off first.
Uh-oh, don't do the finisher.
This let the fourth raptor take the objective for a brief moment.
Uh-oh. These raptors are teeny tiny.
I noticed my mistake pretty quickly and used an intimidate move to retake the objective, but unfortunately I lost one of my eggs, meaning I can't get the 100% completion achievement on this playthrough. That's alright though, hatching 39 of 40 eggs is still worth a ton of points.
Cat-sized raptors, yeah!
I managed to not get attacked at all during the rest of the objective defense section of the quest. Now begins the hardest part of the game, the escort mission.
Oh my god, I've never done an escort mission in Monster Hunter.
Spawn in with stats randomized mostly between my own stats and whatever stats that male Dinokairos build had. There's also a chance that the mutation effect will occur, which would let a stat get randomized outside of its normal potential range. But there's no way of controlling that. Anyways, in this section of the quest, you have to keep your own low-level teammates alive until they level up enough to be able to survive on their own. Some builds can survive on their own even at level 1, but most dinosaur builds need at least a bit of early game protection. This part can take a while, so I'm gonna skip some of the boring parts. Okay, so at this point, my brood is only a few XP away from becoming self-sufficient. Just gotta feed them one more time, and boom, there we go, they're starting to level up.
This is how raising offspring is.
It was at this point that I got really unlucky. A Tarbosaurus player detected my party and charged us. And if I try to flee, it will kill all of my offspring and I'll have to start the entire quest over again. So I've gotta stand and fight. The Tarbosaurus player whiffs the first bite, but cancels it into a head slam, knocking us both over. I retaliate with a bite of my own and a flurry of swipes. The bite does very little damage, and the swipes miss. He goes for another bite, and I try to push him away, but unfortunately he's able to resist and lands a devastating bite on me, dealing damage equal to well over a third of my health, and inflicting the bleed status effect. I push him off me, which gives me an opening as he's recovering, which I use to get my first few solid swipes in. He counters with another head bash to knock me over, and then follows up with another bite dealing nearly lethal damage. However, once I mash out of his grip, I land my best hit of the fight, a critical slash, which both deals tons of damage and knocks him over, giving me the chance to follow up and counter his get-up attack with another slash, and then combo that into a body slam. I go for one final roar and break his nerve, and he flees.
What the heck?
By successfully defending my party, everyone in my party gets an XP bonus, causing my brood to level up to the point of self-sufficiency. And just in time too, because the bleeding effect of the bite eventually wipes out my last sliver of HP. Having successfully finished the reproduction quest, I get the good ending to the game, rack up a ton of evolution points, and actually came pretty close to outright winning a 1v1 with a fully leveled giant carnivore. All in all, great run. This experimental type of video was made possible by Curiosity's team, and sourced its footage from their brand new documentary Amazing Dino World.
The stream was here on YouTube? See, this is what happens when you watch things without properly testing them a lot. I guess it probably picked up the dinosaur video, right? It probably picked up the dinosaur video from wherever he got it, rather than his video. Oh, I just have to wait until it like fades away for a bit. Meow meow. You got a flag? So what happens is that like YouTube has an automatic detection system where it will decide for you more or less that like you are watching copyrighted content and then like shut down your stream. I've had it happen before for 3 things. 3 things I think. One time was Epic the Musical, one time was like showing like different music on stream, and then one time was Road to Empress. Even if it's like quote unquote okay, like for example Epic the Musical, they're completely okay with you sharing that music, but it still gets detected. So it's like just a robot flagging it. Alas. Yeah, I don't know if that means like the entire video itself is not okay on YouTube, because most of the time it's like it's not up to them, right? They're not the ones telling YouTube to take it down because it's midstream. Theoretically,
says, check yourself before you wreck yourself.
Yeah, theoretically, most of this stuff is like towing the line for YouTube TOS anyway. So I think they're just usually like pretty stream block happy about it. Mystic, thank you so much for the tip. Long time no see. Working right now, enjoying being brain rotted. I am being very brain rotted right now. Yeah, the stream did get flagged. Hatzigopteryx, the biggest pterosaur. How do you guys have so many like specific dinosaur favorites? How do you guys know off the top of your head? I think it was probably the dinosaur video itself, and probably not like this channel, because like he got it from some other I don't know, right? I think it happens sometimes if you watch a lot of shorts too. They will detect it as like, you know, not your content. But if it's like a video that he edited extensively and is only coming from him, then like it might be okay. We're not sure. Dino fans are committed like Digimon fans. I don't have a favorite dinosaur. I'm scared of dinosaurs. I don't understand. It's like people who have their favorite cars, or people who have their favorite whatevers. I don't even have a favorite, like most things. You have to just pick one. I will choose not dinosaur videos from now on, I suppose. They're like train fans, autistic? Is that what you're trying to say? I was wearing my train dress today too. Except it's not like trains per se. It's like the subway, Japanese subway trains dress. There's a dinosaur that sleeps and loves boba. I'm not sure they would have survived. I don't know if they would have reproduced and expanded their evolutionary line, you know? Like, I don't know. The cat tier list? Is there another one that's about cats? Do you not have a favorite boba flavor? I don't. Because I have a different one every day. That's the thing. I don't have hyperfixations. I have a normal, healthy relationship with most things I like. And then I move on. I don't hyperfixate on anything. If anything, it's more the opposite. My ADHD means I get bored of something really quickly and I just move on to something else. I don't ever go into like a deep dive where I know everything about one thing. Yeah, what's my favorite type of cat? I guess it would be the Siberian cat, but I also like ragdolls. It just depends. I've been around a lot of friends that are very allergic to cats, so that's why I always say I would get like a hypoallergenic one to at least ease their allergies, if not outright like get rid of it. My sister is very, very allergic to cats as much as she loves them as well. So if I were to get one, I would probably get a Siberian because they're still fluffy, but they produce less allergens is all. If you had phases of interest, you can check our stream history. I don't really though, do I? I stick with a couple games and then like I just kind of move on. Like, oh, okay. We tried this game, next. Yeah, it has to be fluffy though. I can't stand short-haired animals. They need to be long-haired. Where's the cat one? Let's see if this video will do it. If not, maybe this channel is just not safe for YouTubes. Or maybe it's just that only Twitch can do react videos. There's too many things. Where's the cat? Cat. This one. 7 months ago? Oh wait, this is the... No. 8 years ago. 8 years ago. Okay. That's crazy. 8 years ago. He's been doing it for 8 years. Wow. Dedication to the bit. That explains the Pomeranian? Yes. Animals are best when they are fluffy as possible. I've been fluffing so many dogs lately. I will still pet the short-haired ones, but it's not the same. It's not the same, like, hand texture feel. Here's, like, ancient YouTube. Exactly as I'm saying. Doing the same thing for so long, right? Might have been just that one cause too much of what from one thing, yeah. If it's a cat, then if it's a cat video, they'll insert a lot of different cat clips, which might be safer since they highly edited that time, right? Master Duel phase, the collab phase, the tarot phase, none of those are different though. No, they're not like... They're still my interest. It's just I dabble in a variety. Because I'm a variety streamer. I still play everything like for a little bit. Bengal cats? Bengal cats are very pretty, yeah. I think Bengal cats are a little too smart for me. I don't know what I would do with a very smart cat. I think like I don't think I can outsmart the cat. I think I wouldn't be able to houseproof my room enough. I own too many knickknacks. I need them to not get into my stuff. Okay, let's get into the cat tier list and continue the propaganda to spread the good word of the best animal ever.
Right, so in my video on dinosaur builds, I casually referenced the fact that cheetahs are low tier, which ended with me getting a ton of comments from angry cheetah mains asking me to explain myself.
This is the YouTube strat. We gotta insult exactly one thing, and then you're gonna get 50,000 comments. Also, look! 8 years ago, this is what YouTube comments looked like. Wow. Where's my rage bait? Guys, think of some rage bait for me. I gotta call something mid. I don't know what yet, because I like cats.
And fair enough, I probably should. But instead of just making a video on cheetahs, I figured I'd kill 2 birds with 1 stone by also finally releasing the tier list for the cat dynasty. First, let's talk about the place cats as a whole are at in the meta. So I don't think it comes as a surprise to anyone that cats are exceptionally effective builds
this video
that
quieter?
have held a high tier spot in the meta for more than a while. And though this isn't true of every cat build, of which there are more than 40, cats carved out their spot in the meta by being the best choice by far for anyone looking to play an assassin or rogue class.
Ooh.
Their weapons and movement kit are
True.
carefully crafted to allow cat players to have an easier time scoring critical hits on their targets than most other carnivore players. Like I said, there are more than 40 different builds possible, so I can't really fit them all into a single video. So instead, I'm going to go over the most popular ones, and hopefully the way I analyze them will help you make your own call.
I like palace cats. They're funny.
So anyways, I'm going to start from the bottom of the tier list and go up from there. Right at the bottom,
Ocelot, no!
cheetahs. They have the highest movement speed of any land build, which is definitely an impressive title to hold.
Wow.
When it comes to scoring kills on
really
builds with high mobility
cheetahs.
like gazelles, antelope, and ostriches, there are a few better at it than the cheetah. But while this works against those particular targets in that particular situation, it serves no purpose when it comes to actually defending the kill.
What?
As a result, a high percentage of the kills a cheetah gets end up getting stolen by lions and hyenas. Cheetahs need higher power and defense stats to actually be able to reap the benefits of their high
Poor
mobility.
cheetah. Wait, so are you telling me that cheetahs get cheated the most? I can't believe it. The name was right there in front of us. They get cheated from their kills. Poor cheetahs. Wow. I feel like... Okay, but first of all, cheetahs are the way they are because they live in the freaking savannah, okay? Like, they don't have much in the way to stealth with, okay? There's like no trees. No trees! There's nothing to like hide. And okay, well, like, what are you gonna do against those hyenas? You just worked really hard to take down a prey. Now you have to fight off hyenas? I would like to see other cats do better. Man, this is like unfair. This is like terrain disadvantage, okay? So really we should be balancing these expectations, right? Not enough points on wit.
The cheetah's inability to defend itself makes the early game extremely difficult for new cheetah players too. High-level players can't prevent
They're
stronger
so
builds
cute,
from griefing
though.
the new cheetah players, and as a result, very few cheetahs even reach the late game where they can abuse their high mobility stat.
That's so sad.
Long story short, F tier because they get bodied way too hard by competing builds. In D tier, we've got the Lynx. I don't have too much to say about them. They've got low-medium stats across the board with the exception of stealth. And they do possess one relatively useful ability, the ability to move silently through snow. They're best at taking out small prey using stealth, but in my opinion, there are better choices for this type of playstyle, such as the owl or the viper.
Wow.
While they don't get griefed nearly as badly as cheetahs, they do have to watch out for cougars, wolves, and coyotes. One level high.
Whoa, is that it? Okay, first of all, I also have to defend the poor little lynx here, which is also commonly known as isn't this the bobcat? We're talking about the same cat, aren't we? Colloquially, right? Okay, first of all, we don't have a lot of information on them because they are so elusive. They live in mountains. So this is going off of like incomplete information. We just didn't stock them enough, okay? So they could be Giga Chads out there in the wild, and we wouldn't know. We don't have enough funded documentaries on them, okay? Second of all, I would like to argue, yeah, okay, he's pitting them against the quote-unquote superior predators here. The owl, right? And what else did he say? The, like anything else that's like... The cougar? Which is really just bigger. Okay, it does... just because he makes less kills doesn't mean that he's worse off than the cougar. First of all, like, he's a smaller cat. He probably needs to eat less, okay? They probably have better, you know, stealth. We don't know what their mortality rates are. They probably get by on lots of smaller animals. And then they don't get credited for, like, killing little voles and stuff. Okay, yeah, we didn't stock them enough, that's what I'm saying. Smaller cats, I wonder why they are smaller. What are you talking about? They are smaller. Owls get too much credit. But, I mean, I do think owls are very majestic. I like them. But I think they get too much credit because, and hear me out, there are more bird watchers out there. There are a lot of dedicated avian snappers out there in the wild, snapshotting owls 24/7. And so they are vastly overrepresented. Okay? Because you can just get a picture of them from very far away and you're not really disturbing them. And they don't really care. They're unbothered by us. Their civilization encroaches on them a little bit less too, because like they live in trees and stuff. Whereas the bobcats need a lot more territory. Okay, like just like, wow, what are they gonna do? You're gonna like build into their mountain. That's their hunting ground. Bird? They'll fly away. They'll just migrate away. That's what I'm saying. How do you like manage a whole live family of cubs? I don't know what the cubs are called for I don't know like what their like group is called for lynxes, but those birds on the other hand, they just eat worms and stuff. They're babies. You don't need to feed them like whole voles. You can just feed them like small grubs and they'll live. Pretty hard to kill off, actually. Okay, so they're living in a different danger level constantly. Okay? Humph. Counterpoint, cat watchers can watch from the trees. They can't. You see something like this, you're probably going to spook the cat, and also you are not going to keep following it. It's going to outpace you. But like the bird watchers, they just know where the birds live. They have nests. Oh, cat babies or kittens? No. Okay, but I mean like, oh, they're called lynx? Are they called lynx of lynxes? Are they? That would be adorable. Even though it does make me think of sausages. Yeah, just like a murder of crows, you know, or like a business of ferrets. That's what I was thinking of. You can't stalk the lynx that easily. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. It's very difficult, you know, and they're just not extremely high tier in the list of nature conservators that like we do extensive documentaries, because they're in such a like dangerous zone, right? It's hard to follow them. It's hard to like market it to nature documentary people, and it's like humans can't really survive in those conditions without actually destroying the mountain. Most cats are solitary though. That's true, that's true. But there's like, when you have a litter, what would they be called? Just a litter forever? Google says a group of lynx is a clouder? A clouder? What does that mean? That makes no sense. I like the link of lynxes better. Clouder? Chowder? We'll need to use imagination, more like dinosaurs. I just think that already this tier list is false, and all cats are S tier actually. I would give them all S tier. Also, counterpoint number 3. Counterpoint number 3, I would like you guys to see this very compelling picture. Okay, 1 second. I have a very compelling picture. Okay. They are extremely fluffy and adorable and absolutely pettable. Look at their pointy little ears. Look at their shaggy little fur. Look at their unique markings and their intelligent little eyes. Okay, but get this. It gets better. So, in the winter, they get shaggier. Look how chunky they get, guys. Look at them. And even better. Look at their pawsy wazzies. Would you not risk a bite or two to touch those beans? Absolutely S tier. Snowshoe size beans. I rest my case, Your Honor. I love those beans so much. Those beans are like the size of my face. I want to be clawed. I think we can get one pet in as a treat, right? Forbidden toe beans. They're too cute. You're a bird person? Oh my god, you're one of the enemy. Birds are evil, actually. Birds are, they are government drones. They're not real. That's what the anti-cat faction is trying to tell you. They use their fluffy tail to warm their toe beans. True! So true! They can sit on their little toe beans and warm themselves up, and that is adorable. And this is an S tier cat. They're all our S tier cats.
Higher, and we reach the cougar. While its stealth is actually a bit lower than the lynx's, all other stats are a good bit higher, especially strength. However, it's not quite strong enough to overpower midweights like deer and elk without putting itself at risk for taking damage too.
Oh my god.
While it can climb pretty well, it's most comfortable duking it out on the ground. I've never discussed troll builds on this channel, but honestly the trolling potential with cougars is too good not to mention.
Huh?
Cougars lack access to the roar move, but that doesn't stop them from trying. And as a result, they have one of the craziest battle cries in the game. Instead of actually being useful as an intimidating sonic AoE, it instead sounds almost exactly like a woman being brutally murdered, which is one of the few ways to seriously mess with human players that invade their territory.
Wait. I've heard of this before. Oh my god. That sounds like a banshee.
There are two major styles players opt.
I heard that, aren't cougars the ones where, like, their cubs sound like a baby crying? And a lot of people have gotten accidentally lured into the forest to look for crying babies just to get trolled by cats? Yeah, that was pretty freaky. I feel like that's where banshees came from.
Opt for when going for a cat build.
Cougars are cats. Of course cougars are cats.
Style. All of the builds so far.
I don't dislike cougars. I just think they're less cute compared to lynxes. I also don't think they showed enough cougar pictures. And we need to remedy that immediately. So here is an extremely important cougar face, okay? Look at this face. You fall in love with it. You gotta boop the snoot, wouldn't you? We also know more about cougars. They're bigger cats, so they are easier to spot. I feel like they're probably in more territories or something. I don't know. I don't really know the stats behind it, but we just have a lot more information on them compared to lynxes. Look at them! Look at them! Right? But they are less fluffy. They are less fluffy, which is a little bit of a minus in my book because I want as fluffy of a butt as possible. However, they are very beautiful. They have such a cute, well-formed face, you know? Their body is very efficiently built, if you would say that. And I have seen a cougar napping very peacefully in a hammock right in front of my face in a zoo before. Like, there was just a glass separating from us, and the forbidden toe beans were so close to reach. So it's still an S tier because I love cats.
Far have been in the feline style, which generally has higher mobility but lower strength. Panther style cats, on the other hand, are stronger, bulkier, and also have access to the panther signature move, Roar. So we're finally going to switch gears over to the panther builds.
Aren't panthers just cougars?
The leopard build is the next rung up on the tier list, being Africa's premier solo rogue class.
Well, they're leopards?
Of the panther style builds, this is the smallest. This offers the leopard players maximum mobility while climbing, a trait they use to the fullest.
Leroy Jenkins.
While it is definitely stronger than the cheetah, it is
That's
still
not
no
a Leroy
match for gang
Jenkins. He
squads
didn't
like
die, but also...
While it is definitely
what
a
happened
trait
here?
they use to the fullest. While it is definitely stronger than the cheetah, it is still no match for gank squads like lions and hyenas. But unlike the cheetah, leopards actually have a way to avoid getting their kill stolen. Leopards can climb much better than any of their competitors, and they do have high enough strength to carry their kill up the tree. This allows them to gain all of the XP they deserve.
Is that a warthog or something?
All these traits together are in the leopard high B tier. Now we're at A tier, and this is where the tier list gets a little muddy, since we've only got 2 tiers left to place quite a few more builds. If I'm being honest, even though I placed leopards in B tier, the snow leopard players, with their extra...
You're right, that might be a baby rhino. Okay, so I got confused. So panthers are colloquially leopards. They're leopards, yeah. People say panther, but there's no, like, one cat that's actually a panther.
Stealth bonus have a strong argument for A tier. Anyways, at the bottom of A tier, we have the largest of the cats, the tiger. Not many unique abilities, but generally just very high stats. While tigers do have decent stealth, they rely more on their sheer power for winning fights. This allows them to take out tough and dangerous players like the boar. One top tier ability they do have is their incredibly powerful jump, making them deceptively mobile while appearing to have only average speed. Overall, if the tier list was simply about who would win in a one-on-one fight, tigers would be S tier, no doubt. Unfortunately, that isn't the case, because even though they'd lose in a one-on-one fight with a tiger, lions are undoubtedly more viable overall. If you watch my videos a lot, you know I see coordinated attacks as one of the most overpowered strats in the whole game. And lions are basically the poster child for coordinated attacks.
Oh.
So far, most of the other cats we've talked about all generally target players playing squishy targets.
They're
but lion
solitary.
players are some of the only ones bold enough to deliberately attack a tank. Their highly organized parties they form allow them to control entire sections of the map, and their defined roles prevent leeching and also protect newer players from gankers. All in all, great build. Easily
I
A+
guess.
tier.
I guess, but I think they're overrated. I think lions are overrated. Okay, let's be real. All of the credit that lions get are due to, like, the female lions that hunt for the males. The males are lazy! Lazy bums!
And finally, we've reached the top tier. The build that embodies everything excellent about the cat dynasty. The Jaguar. Jaguars are the absolute best build in the entire game when it comes to one-shotting players with a critical hit. They have the
Jaguar.
most damaging bite of any of the cats, enough
They're
to pierce armor.
They're pretty strong.
And their incredible accuracy lets them nail their target right in the weak point, the back of the head.
Oh.
They may not have the raw stats that the lion and tiger do, but they more than make up for it with their special abilities. The most important is their incredible eyes, which negate all stealth bonuses. Most cats have great vision and can even see in darkness, but the jaguar can even see a target obscured by camouflage or hiding in murky water. The second, less obvious perk is that jaguars are the most versatile cat build available.
Because they can swim.
They're great sprinters and pristine climbers, but they're also just as much at home hunting in the water as they are in a tree. No other build can boast dominance in the arboreal, terrestrial, and aquatic map zones. They really do dominate.
Okay, but this is also, once again, like, jaguars adapted in the most dangerous, like, settings, which is the jungle, right? Like, so much of what the mountain cats, for example, they statted into is survival. They needed a lot of bulk, they needed a lot of fur, they need a lot of, like, the ability to find safe places to, like, you know, brood and stuff. So half of their time is fighting their terrain. The jaguar has a lot more versatility because they grew up in the jungle, which offers so much, right? There's a lot of animals. There's never, like, any dearth of prey. And obviously, I think it is kudos to them for, you know, having such incredible speed and jumping power and climbing and swimming and whatnot. But, like, the other animals never got that chance, okay? So, like, skewed, unbalanced review.
Lions act like they own the place, but they do face plenty of competition. But jaguars, they do own the place. They could carry their food up a tree if they wanted to, but there's no need. So yeah,
no one's gonna fight them.
One-shot anything on its server and dominates 3 of the 4 main play zones. That's your S tier. So there you have it, the tier list of the cats. Thanks for watching. Oh, did I forget something?
Oh,
yeah,
the house
you
cat!
buggers are getting your own video.
Oh. Wait, the cat video came out so much later. This was 8 years ago. The cat video was like a year ago or something. Biased tier list, but I would have a biased tier list too. Where's the palace cat, huh? Where's the palace cat? He didn't mention it at all. I just want you guys to see. This is, look at this face. Hang on. This is my face. This is straight from Wikipedia, so I'll have you know. Then look at this grumpy, shaggy face. It's the most relatable cat out of all the wild cats, okay? Aren't they so silly? Aren't they so cute? And then, hang on, let me find you some more. This one, everyone knows this picture. Just look at it. Yeah. Anytime you need a good reaction picture, the Pals Cat's got you. Uh-oh, stinky. Look at his big tubes. Look at him. Don't you think he could have come from the saber tooth? Right? They're from the mountains of Central Asia. They are a fluffy wild cat. They have a very permanent grumpy look to them, which makes them adorable, by the way. They're very memeable. They apparently weigh about 6 to 11 pounds. Reside in high elevations, ranging from 1,400 to upwards 16,500 feet. Ferocious predators that feast upon pikas, voles, birds, and hares. They're rarely found in deep snow for extended time. They instead prefer to reside in drier areas with low rainfall. Let me see. Yeah, they are a conservation conundrum because they apparently it's because they mostly are adapted to high altitudes and they can't really reside in lower habitats. So that's why we can't really bring them into zoos or rehabilitation programs because they're so susceptible to the bacteria and viruses present in lower habitats that kind of die off in the higher altitudes. Apparently they breed fine, so it's really just their like natural homes that's the issue. You know, you have to like conserve their natural habitats. It's not like anything that's wrong with the animals themselves. Let me see what else is there. Okay, the rest of the article is just telling you how to join in on conservation efforts. So palace cats will smile more often. No, I want them to grump more often. I want to see that grumpy face. It makes me feel better. I don't want to see someone happy. I'm gonna commiserate. Where's also the most vicious cat? Hang on. We also don't have the most vicious cat, right? With the highest kill rate. I'm pretty sure we would not be able to watch the video. But it's I think it's the black-footed cat. This is what it's telling me. World's most deadliest cat because they have the highest kill count. This is completely skewed data because big cats don't need to hunt that often. But the little black-footed cat, the little vicious baby, look at this. Adorable. Your cat looks like this, it means business, right? They have a success rate of like... recorded hunting success rate of 95%. Wow. Mostly because it doesn't go after things that it might fail to hunt. It's from South Africa, and they're the top predator for birds and mice in the savannah. So like lions can fail and get kicked by gazelles and wildebeests and whatnot. But this little creature every night stalks like tons and tons and tons of tiny little critters. Apparently they have a very fast metabolism, which means they need to eat up to 1/3 of its body weight to survive. And then they sleep only a fraction of the time that most cat species do because they need to eat so often. Wow. Well, that's not my spiritual ancestor, I see. Since I sleep 90% of the day, I might be a lion. Yeah. But look at him. Is he adorable? I love him. Okay. So that is the cat tier list. What else has he got? I don't want to see scorpions. Those are scary. Should we be kind? Where's the dogs? Let's watch dogs. I like wolves though. My sister is an armchair expert with wolves. He made a whole separate video on cheetahs. He just hates cheetahs. He hates cheetahs. Confirm. The problem? What's the problem with them? I was not prepared for the loud boom.
Ever since they were first added to the game, the cat build has been a dominant force in the meta. The largest ones may square up with some of the most powerful builds of the Ice Age. And in the current meta, even the smallest variants can rack up absurd KD ratios. However, not all cat builds are such an oppressive meta-defining force. The cheetah is one of the few feline builds facing some serious challenges lately. But are they truly a bottom-tier build? They have quite a few impressive abilities and a stat spread unlike any other cat. But they've also got some pretty major weaknesses. So today I'd like to take the time to elaborate on the generalizations I made in my original cat tier list video a few years back.
Yeah?
Realistically, every build on that list deserves a video to itself. And seeing as cheetahs are my favorite of the bunch, I'll start with them.
He likes cheetahs?
We'll begin with the positive.
Stop. You can't just say that. That's such a baseless claim. He wrote cheetahs off twice. Twice? What do you mean cheetahs are your favorite? Hello? You literally dissed it for getting its food stolen.
So cheetahs have a rather unorthodox stat spread. While most cats focus mainly on power and stealth, the cheetah has sunk all available evolution points into mobility, granting it the highest mobility stat in the game. This is pretty important because it makes the cheetah the only carnivore build in the African meta that can actually chase down and outspeed herbivores like the impala and gemspot.
Oh.
All of the other carnivores need to either pull off a successful stealth strike or keep up the chase at a distance and wait for their target's stamina to run out. Cheetahs can actually close the distance on any fleeing player at top speed. The cheetah also has a few other abilities that it specifically specs into to support its high-speed strategy. The cheetah has a much longer tail than most cats, which grants it bonus stability and a tighter turn radius while running. This makes it very difficult to juke a pursuing cheetah. Cheetahs also have dark streaks under their huge eyes, which reduces glare and grants them bonus accuracy on their attacks. Cheetahs also took a page from the canine playbook and opted for non-retractable claws, which is a big change from what most felid players spec into.
Wait, explain more about their toe bands? Non-retractable claws? Their claws are always out at any time? They don't just like go in and out? What? Really? So like no matter what, they're gonna smack you and leave a mark. But also, I didn't know they basically have natural born sunglasses, so that way they can like run in any direction and not be bothered by the sun. Oh.
Keeping their claws unretracted grants the cheetah extra traction while running. Cheetahs often don't get enough credit for their effectiveness using team strategies. Their high intelligence allows them to organize some pretty coordinated attacks that enable a party of cheetah mates to take down some surprisingly large targets, or stand their ground in some normally unwinnable confrontations. This is about where the positives end though, and pretty much every ability I just mentioned comes with some serious downsides. The cheetah's over-specialization into the agility skill tree leaves it with some highly exploitable vulnerabilities. In order to remain lightweight enough to achieve its incredible movement speed, the cheetah drastically cut its defensive stats. With a tall, lanky frame, thin skin, and no body fat, a cheetah can't afford to take any hits at all, a fact that affects every aspect of their gameplay.
It's losing!
First, this means they cannot take many risks while on the attack. Now, most predators will avoid risks and go for easy kills on low-level players. However, in the cheetah's case, a player deciding to put up pretty much any resistance at all is too risky. This makes sense though, as unless they land a critical hit on an opponent's weak point, they can't deal much damage. Since their claws aren't retractable, they are blunted while running, which debuffs their potential slash damage and eliminates one of the cat build's signature combat moves, the paw swipe.
True, yeah. Like, they always tell you that your cats and dogs will naturally blunt their claws if you take them on walks and give them like cat trees and stuff like that. So they can't help but get it dull because they're running all the time. Especially, it's not like they're not usually like, you know, wearing down their clawsy claws.
Cheetahs do have one claw on the back of their paws that is not used for traction.
The dew claw, they have a dew claw.
And this claw gives them a bonus to grappling attempts while pouncing. However, its placement on the back of the foot makes it useless when a cheetah player is defending themselves. And unfortunately, the inability to defend themselves is the crucial weakness that keeps cheetahs low on the tier list, because a cheetah player will need to do a lot of defending. In particular, there are two scenarios where cheetahs run into issues. The first is defending a kill. Using a burst of speed this powerful costs a lot of stamina and generates a huge amount of heat, to the point where after making a kill, cheetahs will need to wait for their stamina to regenerate before they can start eating.
What?
And it's during this...
They can't eat right away! Oh my god, there's a there's an eating cooldown. I did not know. A cat is just like overheated. They're just like a car. They have to let it out and steam down. That's crazy.
Huge window of time that other predator players will take advantage of the cheetah's lackluster defensive skills. Hyena and lion mains have no problem stealing a cheetah's kill. Most of the time, the cheetah player will watch.
Wait, that animal's not even dead yet. That gazelle is like, sweet! I'm gonna wriggle. This is like me and Dead by Daylight. Wriggle, 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 wriggle.
Wisely choose to concede the kill. But if they do put up a fight, they're likely to get bodied pretty hard.
Ooh.
Now, while this is frustrating for the cheetah player base, it's not impossible to simply play around this weakness. Most cheetah players simply avoid hunting while hyenas are nearby, and also try to get most of their kills while the lion player
Look
base
at
is
those lazy
offline.
bums.
And considering lions only spend about 4 hours a day logged in, this is a decent window of opportunity.
See?
Objective defense is tough enough for cheetahs, but if you think they struggle to defend a control point for just a few dozen minutes, imagine how tough it is for them to complete the game's escort mission. Due to their low spawn rates, protecting offspring is a core part of the mammal build's gameplay.
Don't you
Cheetahs
touch that.
unfortunately do terribly at this, because similar to with defending a kill, a persistent predator player will pretty much always win. All a cheetah can really do is try to chase players away before they even get within range of detecting their cubs. Low-level cheetahs also spec into coloration that's meant to fool players into thinking they're actually a honey badger, which would be a much less free kill. However, once they're found out, even a max-level cheetah using its best attacks and intimidation techniques will stand little chance of actually stopping an attack from a lion or hyena. In fact, even smaller predator players like jackals can score kills on cheetah cubs using team strategies,
Not the
as
jackals.
chasing away multiple attackers at once is near impossible.
They're so
Because of their
baby,
poor
don't
defensive
touch it!
skills, cheetah players have only a 30% chance of even unlocking their first level up achievement. All this to say that unfortunately, despite plenty of very valid points,
What is this Reddit post? The cheetah is underrated. The main logic for cheetahs being F tier is that they're easily griefed to get their kills stolen by lions and hyenas. However, African hunting dogs have, albeit to a lesser degree, the same problem, but they're considered S tier. Sure, African hunting dogs have a higher success rate, but 50% is nothing to scoff at. Also, it's not like cheetahs are completely defenseless. For one, they are diurnal, while most of the large African predators are mainly nocturnal, which reduces conflict. Cheetahs also have tear lines on their faces, which greatly increases intimidation. Does it increase? Are they intimidating? I don't know if they're intimidating at all. I think they're too cute. A coalition of cheetahs can also hold off 1 or 2 hyenas. Only 1 or 2. Finally, cheetahs eat very fast. So when their food does get stolen, they've usually eaten quite a bit. It's okay if their food gets stolen. They eat about 30% of it by then. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. What are their winning matchups in the region? Their matchup spread seems absolutely terrible. You don't need to be able to fight everything to succeed. You need to be able to kill enough to eat and to be able to not get eaten. But since you asked, based on my limited knowledge, lone cheetahs can fight most antelopes, wildebeest calves, hares, caracals, servals, and they can intimidate leopards, lone lionesses, and lone hyenas. Cheetah coalition can hunt all antelope, adult wildebeest, juvenile zebras, ostriches, caracals, servals, and can chase off a leopard, a lioness, and a couple of hyenas. If you think about it, the matchup spread of a cheetah coalition is about the same as an African hunting dog's pack. A lone cheetah can intimidate a lone lioness or leopard? Yeah. The cheetah defense squad.
points put towards me on places like Reddit and Twitter, cheetahs are indeed bottom tier, and honestly I'd expect the build to completely disappear from the meta if they don't change.
They're with snails and koalas and mollusks? Okay, now this is just... They're below starfish, guys. He says he likes cheetahs the most. He put them below starfish. You know, the thing that preys on like dead things at the bottom of the freaking ocean. I'm sorry, but if I wanted to eat a starfish, I could do so tomorrow. What is he gonna do? I'm gonna stab that thing and Get it? I cannot 1v1 a cheetah tomorrow, okay? Excuse me. Patrick from SpongeBob, yeah. You could cook that guy. Nothing is gonna stop you from, you know, fry roasting Patrick. Have you seen Megastar Me? This is before Megastar Me. This is before the Megastar Me patch, okay? Please, please stick to the meta as described. The starfish can regrow its legs. Can a cheetah do that? Well, like, he wouldn't need to regrow his legs if people couldn't just bite off his legs so easily. Snail coalitions are crazy, though. No! Crazy.
Their strategies up. And I know it'd be a difficult task to give up on holding the record for the fastest movement speed in the game, but it's worth mentioning that this movement speed has its own limitations too. It's really only useful in open terrain and is severely hampered by any obstacles. In fact, one of the best counterplays to the cheetah's attack strategy is simply to stay near cover and move into a less open area if a cheetah player makes an attack attempt. Moving at such a high speed is not without risks, and these risks can become insurmountable if the terrain isn't favorable. And the cheetah's mobility also suffers in other areas too. Their blunted claws are much less useful for climbing,
They're not good at
what
climbing?
might have been a low-level cheetah's best defense against predators like the hyena and jackal.
Oh no!
I could go on to talk about the cheetah's lack of access to the ability roar, or talk about how the cheetah's player base is so small that it's actually hampering their ability to gain new evolution points. But I think you get the picture. Cheetah players, I wish you the best of luck, but I don't have high hopes for you.
Oh my god.
As tough as a playthrough of the cheetah build can be, they are fascinating to watch. And if you're interested in seeing more of the cheetah's struggle for survival, you should check out The Secret Life of Cheetahs, a documentary that chronicles the life of a family of cheetahs as they navigate life
Look
in
at
the
that
savannah.
hair! Look at it fly!
You can watch it right now on CuriosityStream.
I
the
do wanna
sponsor
watch
of today's
it.
video. CuriosityStream is a
I don't know if I've
subscription
watched
streaming
already,
service
have
where you
I?
can watch thousands of high-quality documentaries and non-fiction titles.
I feel
There
like I
are
have
several on
watched something
cheetahs,
about cheetahs.
and also a bunch of my personal favorites, like Walking with Dinosaurs and Out of the Cradle. In addition, every new CuriosityStream member also gets access to
What do you
Nebula,
guys think? We
a
should
streaming
watch nature
service made by
documentaries.
and for creators like myself. I've made a few exclusive
Cheetahs
videos
can
on
only
there,
meow
but
and
I also
purr.
recommend
That's
some
all
of
they
the
need.
originals made by fellow creators.
They only need to
such
meow
as
and
The Game
purr.
Show
They're
made by Tom
adorable.
Scott.
I would bring
To
it
get
home.
access to both of these
That
awesome
cheetah's mine
services
now.
for only $2.99 a month,
I will
head to
appreciate that cheetah. I don't think I could walk cheetahs
curiositystream.com/choosing or
enough
click the
though.
link in the description.
Their
As
walking
always,
needs
thank
are
you so much for watching. Thanks especially to my
a
patrons
little
on
bit
Patreon. And good luck out
tough
there.
to keep up with.
Especially to those
Just
of
a
you who
tad.
made the cheetah.
Oh my god. What is the audio balancing in this? There's no there's no automatic. Stable volume is off, so okay. Well, they're cute though. It's true. It's hard being a speed build. It's hard being Sonic the Hedgehog if you don't get access to the Chaos Emerald, isn't it? Mobility isn't everything, but tell that to, you know, some, I guess, scout or what is the equivalent in Overwatch? It would be one of the fast the builds. The cheetah greatest strength now is that humans are heavy invested in them. Yes. Beef build and D&D. They're not even though. Because they're not that stealthy. They don't have much in the way of stealth. It's just that if you see it coming, you can't outrun it. Gotta go hide. Can a cheetah Musume outrun a Uma Musume? Definitely. Uma Musume can just kick it. Kick it dead. They're all very inbred. Yeah, but that's kind of our fault, isn't it? We didn't really allow them a safe haven for genetic diversity. This is frog tier list. Tell them to switch, but they will not switch. Are there more cats and dogs ones? Did he make one for all the cats, or did he just... It was just the cheetahs. I think it was just the cheetahs. People were so bad about cheetahs, he had to make a separate one. Okay, fine. I am curious now. Where's that mollusk one? I want to know why they are rated as such. Looking to lose again? Mom said it was my turn with the shell. No, the rules are finders keepers. Not according to Mom's word from telling. Wait, okay, but wait. If the mollusk tier is just octopus, then that's heavily skewed. You can't put a clam next to a freaking octopus. They are not the same thing.
Mollusks are one of the most diverse factions in the entire game. Indeed, much more diverse than I think most players realize. They are extremely popular both among casual and competitive players, with some builds demanding incredible levels of skill to pilot, while others are practically AFK. And with so many different potential mollusk builds to choose from, it can be difficult to know which builds are actually competitively viable.
Imagine having the choice of anything in the animal kingdom and you choose a snail. Or, what? You choose the leaf sheep?
In the current meta. So today, we're going to go through the mollusk tier list. While I attempt to cover as many of the popular well-known builds as I can, mollusks are an extremely broad category, second only to arthropods in terms of number of individual members. So
Yeah, I feel like we should have broken some of them down. I don't think cephalopods are exactly the same as your common snail.
inevitably, some are getting left out of this video for the sake of time. Still, by highlighting standout builds in both the high and low tiers, hopefully I can give you a good understanding of where the mollusk faction fits into the current metagame, and we'll be able to fill in the gaps for yourself. But before we dive into the tier list, what is a mollusk? And what are their common attributes? Mollusks are a huge group, encompassing all gastropods, all bivalves, and all cephalopods. While every group has its outliers, most factions at least have some consistency in their base stats. Birds tend to have pretty high mobility, mammals tend to have high intelligence, arthropods high defense, and so on. With mollusks, though, it's pretty hard to pin down any obvious through line. Pick any one stat and you can probably find a mollusk both at the top and bottom of the charts. But one thing you will not find is a mollusk with basic middle-of-the-road stats. While the numbers and combinations will vary greatly between builds, one thing I've noticed is that just about every mollusk has something extreme about it, with at least one stat being either incredibly high or
I'm sorry, what are you just doing there?
Anyway,
what are you
given
doing
just
there?
how hard it is to generalize them, we may as well just dive straight into the tier list.
The common
At the bottom
slug.
of F tier, we have the common slug. Now, while this build may look like it has all the downsides of the snail without any of the benefits of the snail's protective shell, yeah, it's pretty much exactly what it looks like.
Yep, you don't get a snail shell, sucker.
The garden slug genuinely has some of the worst stats in the entire game.
I hate slugs.
With even its best stat being fairly mid.
Okay, just so you know, slugs are bad for gardens. So it is actually correct to take care of the slug infestations. They will eat all of your garden veggies and flowers and whatnot.
Its only defensive ability is its slime, which does help ward off attacks from insects. It's a double-edged sword though, as their slime also leaves a trail, making slugs one of the easiest builds in the game to track down. Now, I will admit, there are some advantages to not having a shell, the main one being that slugs can slip through much smaller cracks, and hide underground much more easily.
Oh my god!
However, since they need to
escaped.
come out to feed anyway, this doesn't really help them avoid predation all that well. So with all these negatives and pretty much nothing else going for them, the snail without a shell is going in F tier.
Goodbye.
Next in F tier, we have the common clam,
Yummy.
a build that exemplifies the extreme stat lines I was talking about to a T. With no eyes, terrible movement abilities, and no attacking moves, and no brain, the clam has to rely on only two stats, both of which are quite high. The first is their stealth, on account of the clam's surprisingly decent burrowing ability. By wedging themselves into the seabed, they can stay out of sight from most potential threats. But if an enemy manages to find them in spite of this,
Oh my god.
the clam has some of the heaviest armor of any mollusk, being able to deflect some pretty substantial damage. But with no ability to counterattack or escape, eventually a persistent attacker will deal enough damage to spell game over. Well, okay,
true.
technically clams can move, but I mean, come on. In the current meta, this just isn't enough. What's worse is that even though clams can burrow down to hide, in order to survive, they need to filter feed, and to do that, they must poke their most vulnerable weak point above the surface of the seabed, giving away their hiding spot and opening themselves up to a devastating critical hit.
That's how you get. That's
At
how
the top
you
of F tier, we
fish
have the
snail?
common snail. The
Clams?
garden snail has most of the same weaknesses as the previous two entries on the tier list, but slightly less severe. Snails are every bit as slow and non-threatening as slugs, but they do at least have a shell to help block attacks. They can even use their shell to shield bash attackers in a pinch, though this doesn't do much damage. However, similar to the clam, because of how slow their movement speed is, and how weak their counterattacks are, eventually an aggressive player will be able to punch through their defenses. So they're not the worst of the worst, but compared to some of the unique and powerful abilities we'll see higher up on the tier list, the basic snail build just isn't going to cut it.
And I can understand why there's a video. It's like, our birds overtuned, our birds OP. But yeah, all you have to do is just smash a snail against this rock or drop it from high place. Boom, no more shell.
At the bottom of D tier, we have the scallop. The scallop
Okay, yes. Slugs are, yes, to your point, slugs are weak to salt, but you're not gonna throw salt all over your own garden. Hello? There's a whole thing about salting the earth, right? Gives you an idea it's probably bad for your plants. Birds are overtuned. Bird hate.
scallop is essentially a more decked out version of the clam. Though it has a lower base defense stat
Scallops
than
are
the clam,
delicious.
its weaknesses are also much less pronounced. Instead of being completely immobile, scallops, oddly enough,
Look at
have
them
the jet
swim.
propulsion ability, something usually only found in cephalopods and box jellies. Though it has a high cooldown, this ability gives them an escape option if they're ever under direct attack, something every other build on this list so far desperately needs. Of course, being able to flee from battle wouldn't do them much good if they couldn't see attacks coming, but thankfully scallops also spec into primitive eyes, enabling
Scallops have eyes? This is information I did not need.
them to detect predators and reposition themselves accordingly. In theory, anyway. One of the issues with simple eyes is that even the most basic stealth techniques, such as, for example, moving very slowly, can get past their danger sense, resulting in scallops getting regularly bodied by starfish. So, while
my
they're
God.
definitely a bit more versatile than some
Starfish are
mollusks,
bullies.
I can't give them too much credit. Next
Ooh,
in
the
D tier, we're
nautilus.
going to have the first of the cephalopods on our tier list, the chambered nautilus. The nautilus is a slow-moving, armored scavenger build that sustains itself mostly on detritus and carrion that is sunk to the bottom of the sea. While being able to swim while rocking a tough shell is impressive, their terrible swim speed shows just how power-crept this ancient build
slow.
has gotten. Their perception stat is also pretty mid, especially for a cephalopod, which on average have some of the best vision of any marine build. The Nautilus used to be a much more popular build until seals and sea lions were added to the game, as their high agility and armor-piercing bite gave them a crushing matchup versus the Nautilus. So, while it is impressive that the Nautilus has made it through some of the roughest balanced patches in the game's history, the fact that they were driven to the depths by seals doesn't scream high tier to me.
Wow. No love for them. They survived for so long just to get dissed in a YouTube video. Yeah, they still exist. Them and Coelacanths. The ancient byproducts of evolution.
First in C tier, we have the Geographic Cone. This marine snail build rocks pretty much all the same strengths and weaknesses as your average snail, with one major exception. This snail can one-shot just about anything.
Ooh,
The Geographic Cone has a venomous harpoon which it uses to hunt
Venomous?
fish, but it can also use it to defend itself in a pinch. Now, the Geographic Cone is still incredibly
God.
slow and really not all that stealthy, so actually landing a hit on a fish is a bit of a challenge. Still, this is one gastropod you really don't want to underestimate. The cone snail's harpoon pierces armor, so any starfish main who thinks that all mollusks are easy pickings is in for a rude awakening.
Whoa.
Ne-
That is Kirby. The Kirby of mollusks. Dumbo octopus, they're so cute! I love them! Look at their
Anyone who
tiny
thinks that all
ears.
mollusks are
Oh, look at
easy
this
pickings
thing.
is in
Bam.
for a rude awakening.
Aren't
Next
they
in C
cute?
tier, we have the Dumbo Octopus. This is one of the strangest cephalopod builds in the entire game, and lacks a lot of the signature abilities players normally associate with the octopus. But it also has a mix of other unique traits that normal octopuses don't. You see, the Dumbo Octopus is a deep sea build, and on that server, the normal stealth techniques simply don't apply. Color changing and ink clouds aren't going to do a player any good when most of the major threats aren't relying on vision
Everyone's
anyway.
blind anyway.
So even though those abilities are what the octopus is best known for, unfortunately the Dumbo octopus has to find other ways to remain hidden from predators. And unfortunately this means it needed to make even more trade-offs. Rather than using jet propulsion, which is a conspicuous and turbulent, but incredibly effective movement ability, the Dumbo octopus swims using large fins on the side of its mantle. This is significantly slower, but a great deal stealthier too. This makes it too slow to catch fish, but it's still able to thrive off of its winning matchup versus crustaceans. Its webbed tentacles are perfect for surrounding and capturing targets on the seafloor.
This is the same thing?
So definitely an interesting build, but by having to sacrifice so much of what makes the octopus so overpowered, the Dumbo octopus is definitely one of the lower tier ones.
Dang, well I want to know how it stacks against the other deep sea creatures. Once again, it's not his fault, okay? Did you see how he like stretched himself into a huge balloon?
And at the top of C tier, we also have the first squid on our list, the bobtail squid. This is another cephalopod which uses a fairly unorthodox ability to boost its stealth. As one of the smallest cephalopods in the game, the bobtail squid really cannot take any hits. So, in order to avoid most of the ocean's major threats, the bobtail buries itself during the day and only comes out at night. However, even under cover of darkness, the bobtail squid would still be at risk of being attacked. Though it's somewhat counterintuitive, on a night where the moon and stars are unobscured, detecting another player in the water isn't as hard as you might think. The shadows they cast in the water are highly visible and give away a player's location immediately, making it very easy for predators lurking below to strike. The bobtail squid deals with this by speccing into an extremely rare and strange ability, bioluminescence. It may seem backwards to hide by glowing, but doing so obscures the squid by removing its shadow. Of course, this does make them easier to detect from above, but attacks at night from seabirds are much less common. The bobtail may have the lowest stats of any cephalopod, but its unique and creative way of hiding in plain sight keeps it out of the low tiers.
Huh? So it just like hovers near the surface glowing because it'd rather risk birds than anything from below?
I can't give it too much credit though, because while its strategy for stealth at night is clever, honestly it's not that good at hiding during the daytime, having a seemingly worse ability to camouflage itself due to its bright coloration.
Leaf sheep!
At the bottom of B tier, we have the leaf sheep, a sea slug with a truly unique ability called kleptoplasty.
Isn't it like, it should be illegal how cute sea slugs are. I hope sea bunnies are also high tier.
Leaf sheep is able to absorb the chloroplasts from the algae it consumes, essentially stealing the algae's photosynthesis ability. This ability generates XP passively over time, allowing them to grow, heal, and regenerate their energy without eating. It's hard to overstate how game-breaking this ability would be if it weren't on a character with otherwise pathetic base stats. For a human, this would basically be like if sitting in the sun provided you with the same benefits as eating well and working out. Unlike some of the
Okay, well, that's called being a freaking plant. Man, instead of working out and eating, I could just photosynthesize. Oh, wait a second. That's the plant kingdom.
Be like if sitting in the sun provided you with the same benefits as eating well and working out. Unlike some of the sea slugs higher up on this list, the leaf sheep doesn't really have any defensive abilities. But if you want a character that is extremely forgiving in terms of the resource management side of things, the leaf sheep may actually be the best build in the game for anyone looking for that chill casual playstyle.
He's just a sheep! He lives like a sheep does! That's it! They're so cute. They're adorable. If you're below, you can look up and see the outline stuff, so if you glow to blend in with the moon. I get it, but like, how often are you gonna be on the top, on the surface? I feel like if it was glowing near the moon, I would still be able to see it. I would eat him. I would eat him. There are a lot of creatures in the deep that glow. It is helpful that a lot of things down there are also blind. What if sheep but slimy? What if sheep but like does not need as much resources as sheep does? I would shepherd him.
On pretty much the exact opposite end of the spectrum.
Oh my god, I'm afraid of these things. Giant squids are terrifying, and I can't believe they're only B tier.
On pretty much the exact opposite end of the spectrum, next in B tier we have the giant squid. Now obviously this thing's HP stat is extreme, with it being the largest mollusk in the game. But one thing I bet you weren't expecting was for it to also have the highest perception stat of any mollusk.
That's
I mentioned before that in the dark depths of the ocean, the normal stealth mechanics don't apply. Well, the giant squid is the exception to this. Its eyes are so large, the largest in the game in fact, that even with only a tiny fraction of a percent of sunlight making it to the depths, the giant squid can still see. This thing,
I hate this thing. This is where Cthulhu comes from. This is where the Kraken comes from. I can't believe like they went for so long knowing that like a giant squid probably existed, but never having like evidence.
This is bad news for all the deep sea builds that assumed camouflage wasn't necessary and spec'd their character accordingly. This incredible eyesight is necessary for more than just hunting though. Being gigantic unfortunately makes you extremely easy to detect via echolocation, so they have to remain vigilant constantly to avoid being ambushed by the Abyssal server's true apex predator. Luckily, their vision has a range just barely more than that of the whale's sonar, so as long as they're on top of their game, they should be able to outmaneuver and avoid attacks.
What, they are just... Wait, what do you mean colossal squid? There's two types? Normal, huge versus colossal? Wow. And here I thought they were on top.
On this same tier, I'm also going to include the colossal squid, which has many of the same traits as the giant squid, including...
Isn't it just the same thing but bigger? Wait, why are they different tiers? Why are they different beings? Don't you think developmentally they're the same? It's like seeing like a normal sea turtle versus like an even bigger sea turtle. Well, it just lived longer. It just grew bigger, that's it.
Including massive eyes and incredible dark vision. The colossal squid does have a few subtle differences in its kit though. It's slightly heavier, but also less mobile, relying on ambushes using its 2 extra long arms to capture prey, as opposed to the giant squid's more traditional method of rushing down a target with an array of tentacles.
Does the giant squid not have a beak? I thought all squids have a beak.
The colossal squid also has hooks on its arms, which do more damage and can inflict bleed buildup, making them much more dangerous for whales to attack, making up for their slower swim speed. However, at the end of the day, both the giant squid and colossal squid have terrible matchups against whales, and because of their large size, their energy upkeep costs are insane. So they have to play pretty much a perfect game to avoid getting smoked. Both are powerful builds if you know what you're doing, but not without their limitations.
Dang. I know, sure. I'm expecting the gargantuan squid next. This is the Kraken. He has to eat ships to survive. Blue sea dragon. What? The blue sea dragon is so high tier.
At the bottom of A tier, we have another sea slug, the blue sea dragon. Similar to the leaf sheep, this slug also has the power to copy the ability of its main food source. But in this case, the blue dragon isn't consuming algae, it's consuming jellyfish. The blue sea dragon is able to absorb the venomous nematocysts from the tentacles of their prey, and in doing so, gains a massive buff in the form of an equally deadly sting at the tip of its frills. This is incredible, as the blue sea dragon is able to gain the most powerful ability of the jellyfish faction without any of the awful downsides.
Why are you touching it with your bare hands?
Being literally brainless and having no control over their own movement. Blue sea dragons also have much better stealth than a lot of sea slugs, using the counter-shading technique with a bright underbelly and dark blue backside, making them hard to see both from above and below. While not quite as OP as some of the cephalopod mollusks, the blue sea dragon definitely stands above all other slugs and snails as a unique and formidable outlier.
Are they not normally venomous themselves? They absorb the venom? Or are they venomous themselves and they continue to like become more venomous by absorbing the venom from their prey, which is jellyfish? That's kind of crazy. Yeah. We have a bigger species of squid than what we see today. Well, that's like everything from the before times, right? I still want to see Nessie. Where's Nessie? I believe Nessie existed at one point. Maybe we scared her off. They're not naturally venomous? What? They just are immune? They're just immune to poison types. Oh my gosh. I can't believe. They're steel type. Is there a Pokemon based on that thing yet? Not yet, surprisingly. I don't think there's that many cute slug Pokemon yet. Kyogre? Kyogre's obviously a whale, come on.
Next in A tier we have the common octopus, a solid representative of the octopus faction as a whole. It possesses the core abilities that define the octopus build, along with its inherent vulnerabilities.
Punch the fish.
Its 2 standout strengths are stealth and intelligence. The common octopus boasts some of the best stealth in the game, capable of changing both its color and texture to blend seamlessly into virtually any environment. Dense weeds, jagged rocks, or barren seabeds.
Cool watching them.
And if its camouflage fails and it's ever spotted, it can deploy an ink cloud to temporarily debuff the attacker's perception stat, usually buying enough time to escape. However, escape is often its only viable option, as the octopus has some of the lowest defenses in the game. With no armor whatsoever, any hit it takes can deal devastating damage. Even in a server as perilous as the ocean, where threats abound regardless of armor, the common octopus must play cautiously. Bites from everyday fish can pose a serious risk, so despite its impressive abilities, it requires careful strategy to survive. Speaking of bites though, one lesser known but important ability the octopus has is venom, which it delivers via a bite with its sharp beak. Finally, now's as good a time as any to say that although it's not a combat weakness, the octopus's biggest weakness is its low lifespan. Given that a lot of the octopus's best tricks need to be learned, either by observation or trial and error, the octopus's already powerful intelligence would be a lot more powerful if the devs allowed it to be refined over the course of a few decades, like dolphins, parrots, and humans get. This weakness is pervasive through the entire cephalopod faction.
Oh, I didn't know! Octopus only lives 3 to 5 years. That is extremely nerfed. I'm sure there's fish that live longer than that. What?
Which is interesting because some of the other mollusks are pretty much the exact opposite. But yeah, this is why despite their many overpowered abilities, it's hard to give any cephalopods a top tier rank unless they're truly broken in even more ways than usual.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is that if octopuses ever able to live longer, they will take over the world. I truly believe an octopus apocalypse is more likely if they were able to live for at least like 10 years. They're like children. They're very moody babies. What do you mean I'm a well-known fan of the octopus beak? What does that mean? Beaks are scary. St. Nessie's description belongs to the family of plesiosaur. They do look like a plesiosaur, but I just wonder how Nessie sightings like went on for so long and were so unconfirmed.
Ranking
Giant
slightly higher in A
let's
tier,
go.
the giant octopus adapts on the octopus archetype with one minor tweak, trading some stealth for greater strength. While it retains the ability to change color and texture to blend into its surroundings, and can deploy an ink cloud to escape threats, it's less adept at stealth than the common octopus due to its larger size, which makes it more noticeable when moving. However, this trade-off comes with significant advantages. Its above-average bulk gives it a wider margin of error in confrontations. Unlike the typically less brawny octopus builds, the giant octopus boasts impressive physical power, with arms capable of wrestling mid-sized sharks and a beak that deals substantial slicing damage, in addition to being venomous. It also—
Wait, that's a Mimikyu ult right there. That's a Mimikyu ult. Look at it. He engulfs him, and then the shark is struggling inside while he's just taking damage.
And a beak that deals substantial slicing damage, in addition to being venomous.
What are you gonna do? You have nothing
to bite. It also
shares
shares the same high intelligence that other octopuses do, enabling it to tackle problems and improvise solutions on the spot. Though it shares the same lack of armor as other octopuses, leaving it exposed to heavy damage, the giant octopus's enhanced strength and unique abilities more than offset its reduced stealth.
I don't like
it as a force to be reckoned with.
I don't like anything like Cthulhu-like.
Next in A—
What? How many squids are there? What? The Humboldt
marking it
squid?
as a force
The Humboldt squid is above the colossal squid?
to be reckoned with. Next—
First of all, who is Humboldt? Who is Humboldt? He has such an annoying name. We could have named this squid something funny, but he had to name it after himself, like a narcissist.
In A tier, we have the Humboldt squid, also known as the Red Devil. The
Red
Humboldt squid
Devil?
is the wolf of the ocean. It doesn't have the best stats in any one category. It's not the fastest, it's not the largest, and it's not the deadliest. However, it is well above average in all of those categories, and that, plus some impressive hunting tactics, makes it one of the most fearsome mollusks in the game. During the day, Humboldt squid mains hang out in the deep sea out of sight. But as it gets dark, the hunt begins, and the squid rise from the depths to attack. They hunt in packs, coordinating with each other via pulsing red and white light.
Okay, so first of all, this is the bias towards pack predators. Once again, he always tiers the pack predators higher. He's just biased for wit. He likes high wit stats, okay?
To attack. They hunt in packs, coordinating with each other via pulsing red and white light.
Oh my god.
These feeding frenzies
Do they cause fish epilepsy? That's what I'm seeing.
Can tear through schools of fish in an instant, and then return back to the depths before builds like the dolphin can arrive to challenge them. Now, obviously, communicating with light pulses has the disadvantage of giving away your location, so faster characters will usually be able to avoid getting caught in the frenzy. But still, the fear factor alone of getting caught surrounded by large glowing red squid has to earn it a spot in A tier.
What do you mean has to earn a spot in A tier? It lost to the... I mean, it beat the colossal squid! I don't know. I just feel like it's a little overturned there just because of that one little thing. He just likes it because it lights up and it's fast. Okay, buddy. It has friends. So it has friends. So what? He's such a normie and it shows. Yeah, what's wrong with solitary builds, okay? It's cool to be able to do things by yourself. It's cool when no one understands you and you're just a lone wolf. It's by choice, by the way. No one understands us.
And last in A tier, we have the Mimic Octopus. The Mimic Octopus is a smaller mollusk with below average stats for its archetype. However, the Mimic Octopus uses its color change ability in a truly unique way, to shapeshift into the form of other marine characters. In doing so, it can trick other players into misplaying in many different ways. The most obvious strategy is just to mimic a character with a powerful venomous ability, like a lionfish or sea snake. This will cause predators to leave you alone for fear of getting stung or bitten. But this—
oh my god, it looked so much like a sea snake there, didn't it? Ugh, these things are too smart, I tell you. Octopuses would rise up and conquer the world as soon as they can survive on the surface. Look at that little flounder or dab. Is it a flounder or an olive dab? Olive flounder or dab? That's all I know from Animal Crossing.
This technique can also be used on offense to trick a target into a false sense of security, by mimicking something less dangerous like a starfish or flatfish. Now, while this is all extremely impressive, it's worth noting that the Mimic Octopus's options are fairly limited. It's most effective at mimicking characters that already share its black and white stripe appearance. When it attempts to mimic something else, it's admittedly a lot less convincing. And if their disguise fails, their below average base stats leave them in a pretty vulnerable position should an enemy attack. A high skill, high reward technique, and
they're the spy. They're the spy build, am I right? They're Sombra.
One that deserves some pretty high recognition, but one that's also easy to overestimate. It's clever, but not quite broken. Okay, we've finally reached—
but if it lived 10 years and it learned off of like other people, then it would be way too smart for its own good. Right? That's what he was saying. I don't know why it was that much higher than the other octopus, so I feel like it's not like... its stats are kind of average.
The S tier. If you've watched up until this point and are enjoying the video, I'd really appreciate it if you took a second to subscribe to the channel.
Okay, fine. I will subscribe.
At the bottom of S tier, we have another small mollusk with blue accents, the blue-ringed octopus.
Okay,
this is one of the
deadly.
smallest octopus builds in the game, but you wouldn't know it if all you saw was its power stat. The blue-ringed octopus has the deadliest venom of any mollusk, even deadlier than the geographic cone. Its venom is the same neurotoxin found in pufferfish, which can one-shot almost anything within only a few minutes. Because of the blue-ringed octopus's insanely high damage, this build opts for the aposomatism technique, where rather than attempting to hide from predators using camouflage, when threatened, it instead boldly asserts its presence with vibrant neon blue markings all along its body. In doing so, it is essentially flexing on other predator players, saying it has no reason to fear them and daring them to make a move. This strat is common among players with powerful toxic abilities, and most players quickly learn that bright colors mean danger. Now, one of the usual drawbacks of this ability is that it dramatically cuts the player's own stealth stat. While this trade-off makes sense when it comes to scaring off predators, if you're a predator yourself, this makes the task of catching prey harder, as they'll be able to see you coming more easily. But because of the octopus's innate color change ability, the blue-ringed octopus is able to switch its intimidation ability on and off.
What? Now that's OP. That's an OP build. Dang, it can do that. It just isn't blue anymore?
Allowing it to remain stealthy when it needs to. Now, of course, because it's on the small side, there's always a chance an opponent could overwhelm the octopus and take it down before it had the chance to counter.
Step on him.
But more often than not, this small octopus is turning the tide on anything that dares challenge it. While it's definitely a glass cannon, the blue-ringed octopus's incredible stats and unique ability to subvert one of its major weaknesses earns it a spot in S tier.
Okay, I agree with that one.
And on the topic of subverting weaknesses...
What? How many octopuses exist? Coconut octopus? Above that little guy? I've heard of the blue ring one. I've never heard of a coconut octopus. Is it like the coconut crab? Those things are terrifying. This thing is more neurotoxic that is undiscovered or known. We just don't have enough live specimens that we have poked and prodded to tell what their neurotoxins do? The majority of the venomous sea creatures are located near Australia. Darn those Australians. Somebody get them off our map right now. Australia zone 2 OP. Australia's just a PvP zone, isn't it?
Next in S tier we have the coconut octopus. This is the octopus build with the highest intelligence stat of any mollusk, and the only one that makes tool use a core part of its strategy. The octopus's biggest weakness is its pathetic defense stat, and this was actually a direct nerf to overpowered cephalopod builds of the past. Many cephalopods used to have thick, sturdy shells like other mollusks do, way back during the Ordovician expansion. By using their incredibly high intelligence and tool usability, the coconut octopus is able to regain access to heavy armor by equipping the shells of defeated scallops and clams. This makes them much less vulnerable to being picked off by a random attack from a fish or bird. In addition, kind of similar to the mimic octopus, most players don't have their guard up around a clam, so the shells also provide excellent cover to ambush opponents from. And after scoring a win, they can retreat to the safety of their shell to avoid getting it stolen,
They play Metal
similar
Gear
to
Solid.
leopards dragging their food up into trees to avoid hyenas. But shells aren't the only tools the coconut octopus has learned to incorporate into its combat repertoire. Using its water siphon, it can also launch debris at fish, making them one of the only builds in the game with access to a ranged attack. This is excellent at dealing chip damage without leaving the safety of the shell, meaning they don't fall into the same trap as clams by relying on defense with no means of counterattacking. Overall, this is truly one of the most impressive showcases of tool use in the entire game other than humans, as it legitimately subverts one of the weaknesses of the typical octopus build without sacrificing any of the perks.
Oh my god, he plays Fortnite with build mode on. Okay, deserved. Silly little creature. Terrifying, would not ever want to face it in the wild. Long range and insane armor is unfair. I know! Literally covering all this base. He's too smart for his own good. I've already submitted to my cephalopod overlords. Please do not release the Kraken on me.
Easy S tier rank. And now our final S tier, the cuttlefish. The cuttlefish has a number of impressive stats.
I can't believe they're S tier.
Literally the highest stealth stat in the game.
Above octopus?
It has the most advanced
Above octopus? Just because of sneak?
Literally the highest stealth stat in the game. It has the most advanced version of the color change ability, and is able to swap between colors at such an incredible rate that it can basically animate its skin. This means that in addition to standard camouflage, the cuttlefish can also use its appearance to confuse and hypnotize its prey. Or
hey, imagine he's like playing a TikTok video. He's playing Subway Surfers. The fish was like, ooh, let me catch that episode, and then they get eaten. Worth.
Startle and intimidate its predators. Though it may not have the ability to fire projectiles like the coconut octopus, its grappling arms give it a deceptively long reach, often catching players off guard and setting them up to get comboed into the cuttlefish's venomous bite. Even though the cuttlefish has no abilities which buff its defense, actually landing a hit on this agile and mesmerizing character is genuinely one of the most difficult things in the game. Their speed stat is a lot closer to that of a squid than an octopus, even though the rest of their abilities all align much more closely to the octopus. The cuttlefish combines the most powerful elements from both the squid, like high maneuverability and long reach, and the octopus, like intelligence, venom, and color changing, into one overpowered build. And for that, I'm ranking it as the #1 mollusk in the game.
Wow.
And that's the tier list. Overall, the
Cuttlefish
viability of
OP.
mollusks is super inconsistent. Best cephalopods are truly busted, but the faction is also filled with a lot of suboptimal jank and AFK farming builds. So there really is something for everyone here, from meta tryhards to low-tier heroes. Now, knowing which traits and abilities to invest in can be a difficult choice. Luckily for you, I've partnered with the game Cell to Singularity to provide
hybrid,
you the perfect training simulation.
How did they even
Cell to
come
Singularity
about? How
is
did
a scientifically accurate,
evolve?
non-fiction idle clicker game where you
kinda
begin as a
curious now.
single
Did they
cell
evolve from,
and have to unlock
like,
traits
the
to evolve your
same
biology,
ancestors as
increase your
squids and
intellect,
octopus, I
and invent
assume?
new technology
And
in
they're
order
just
to conquer
smarter?
the universe and reach the ultimate
Can we run
singularity
Doom on a
point.
cuttlefish?
It is a relentlessly fun idle game that had me hooked for weeks.
The
I love the
ultimate.
charming low-poly 3D animals that you unlock as you progress through the Tree of Life.
Is this
They're
an
currently
animal
running a
collector,
limited-time
or is
game
this
event
just one
focused
of
on the
those,
dark
like-
depths of the ocean. See if you can spot stuff you learned from this video on the unlock tree. It's free to play and available on Steam, iOS, and Android.
Should be
If you complete the
squids.
Deep Sea event and stick around for
Cephalopods
the
are
next
descendants of
update,
aliens, for
you'll
real,
get to
for
play
real.
through the Cat event, an update we actually collaborated on together. If you complete that, you'll even unlock a special Tier
What's
Zoo
four
themed
like?
badge, which will permanently give your simulation a valuable speed buff. So please do check this
you
one
know,
out.
like
Cell to
those
Singularity
evil,
is
what
one
are
of
those
my
evil guys
absolute
in
favorite
Baldur's
companies
Gate?
to work with, and I love
thought
their
they were
unique way
squid
of getting
dudes,
gamers
but maybe they're
interested in
cuttlefish
learning about
dudes,
ecology.
right?
Again, it is completely free to play, so click or tap the link in the description or scan the QR code on screen now. Thanks again for watching, and as always, good luck out there.
Let's see. Oh, he has one about fish too. These spiders overpowered. I don't want to watch a video about spiders though. What are your favorite animals? I'm curious. The mind flayers! Yeah, the mind flayers! They look like mind flayers. They're cuttlefish dudes, right? That's it. If they were squids, then like they wouldn't be so S tier. Centipedes? I don't think they have a video on red pandas. I don't want to watch centipedes though. Those are gross. No insects. Or hermit crabs, OP. Hermit crabs can live quite a while. Yeah, that's true. Hermit crabs were not on any of these tier lists. Are hermit crabs not? I guess they're part of the crustaceans. They're with the crabs, right? Is there a crustacean one? I don't see any. Just one about them. Okay. You can deep dive into fish. It's true, I don't know too much about fish. I only know the bare minimum. I don't see a video about our ocean sunfish useless. And I feel this is very necessary. Where's the ocean sunfish? I need to diss it. Is it hands down most F tier of all F tier animals that exist. Hermit crabs are fodder for the rest of the ecosystem. He says they're OP. He says they're OP though. Crustaceans are cool, like that's true. Mantis shrimps are very cool. I just like the things that punch other shrimps or other like fish. You'll see the hermit crab one. Oh, grouper fish. Got him.
At first glance, beaches may seem like one of the most relaxed, casual biomes in the entirety of the game. But upon further analysis, it becomes clear that beaches are just as intense a battleground as every other biome.
Oh my god!
The fight for survival never
skips?
stops, and so, of course, there have been a wide variety of strategies and builds that players have come up with to give themselves the best odds. In particular, the beach's lack of plant cover makes stealth strategies less effective, which in turn creates an essential need for other ways of avoiding attacks from predators, especially aerial predators. Crustaceans in particular are at a pretty big disadvantage, as they don't have the best terrestrial movement speed, and don't fare very well in single combat against birds.
Skippers?
However, there is one build that has developed
right?
a unique strategy to give itself better survival odds, the hermit crab. So,
completely unrelated to this, but like there was this whole thing I read of deep dive about how hermit crabs are basically like scammed into being like sold as easy pets, and hermit crabs in general are extremely vulnerable, just I guess animal question mark in general. Because like they get like sold off as toys and mistreated in general. But like it was all because one dude opened a shop and thought that hermit crabs with like little different shells would be really cute like tourist bait souvenirs to sell. So they caused this whole industry of mistreating hermit crabs because of it. Yeah. They like goldfish? You mean they are like goldfish? Hermit crab infestation. I don't know about infestation. I just mean like how a lot of kids were given hermit crabs as toys and then they proceeded to die because they keep giving them plastic shells, and nowadays hermit crabs don't have any shells because of all the litter around as well. Because people keep stealing shells off the beaches too. I know there's like a couple of people that like do conservation efforts and they like go around giving shells to hermit crabs and other like animals that need them. Because like if you don't find a shell, then you're just gonna look for anything nearby, and most of the time it's just like plastic bottles and stuff. That's not good for it. Hard to type with cat sleep. I wish I was you. Another crab's treasure stream. Exactly. Another crab's treasure. Crab souls. Yeah, this one is for Team C's fundraiser. So I don't actually know too much about Team C's, but I've always donated to Oceania. So that's my favorite fundraiser. Saving the ocean is important, guys.
So, crabs as a whole aren't all that powerful. In fact, because of their extremely low skill floor, they're a bit of a noob trap, which is why you see so many cases of players speccing their characters into the exact same set of abilities, without
the crabification of every animal somehow.
ever actually becoming a dominant meta threat. Still, crab-like builds do tend to have decent base stats, particularly in the realm of defense and power. So with that in mind, you might be surprised to learn that hermit crabs are well below the norm in both of these areas. Compared to similarly sized crustaceans, their crushing vice grip attack is nothing special, a little on the weak side in fact. And while most crustaceans have a tough, calcified exoskeleton that functions as sturdy armor against a variety of attacks, hermit crabs are one of the few crustacean builds with a very obvious, unarmored weak point that can be attacked for massive damage. However, as you might have guessed, simply looking at the hermit crab's base stats is a bit misleading. The hermit crab's signature ability, Armor Scavenge, more than makes up for this weakness, as it allows the hermit crab to significantly boost its stats to levels that would be otherwise unattainable. The stat this ability's effects are most concentrated in is defense.
Look at the potential. Look, it's the IV versus EV. Just gotta EV train it to its full potential, right?
While the hermit crab's defense stat is one of the lowest in the game when unequipped, as long as they've managed to secure a nice shell, their defense jumps to one of the highest in the game, essentially matching the stats of the shell's original owner. The most desirable shells are those of snails, though clam and scallop shells can also do the job.
Oh my god. Wait, did you see it lift its whole body? I didn't know he had such a long body. I always assumed they were a little bit more curved because most of the shells they're in are very curved.
As long as the hermit crab has found a shell to equip, it can block most attacks with ease. Normally, defense stats this high would require extreme investment of evolution points, and would necessitate some serious min-maxing in order to be viable. However, the hermit crab is able to maintain pretty well-rounded stats through the use of this ability. It's not just defense that can be buffed via the Armor Scavenge ability though. The wide selection of patterns and coloration available among different shells means that a hermit crab can pick and choose what sorts of environments they would like to receive a stealth bonus in. Smooth, lightly colored shells will offer bonus camouflage on the beach, while the darker, more jagged shells will offer better camo in reefs.
This is just another crab's treasure. This is just the game. This is just a game guide, guys. But do you think the crabs know? Are crabs intelligent enough to switch shell based on their environment and be like, oh, I need a camouflage? Or do they just go, ooh, pretty shell? Because that's me. I go, ooh, pretty shell.
Swapping between shells isn't the only way hermit crabs can augment their stats to fit their playstyle though. The shells themselves can be augmented to boost certain stats even further. One particularly advanced technique is equipping sea anemones to the surface of the shell, allowing the hermit crab to deal venom damage on contact.
That's so
this
smart.
Is important because the hermit crab's basic attacks tend to be pretty mediocre on their own. This isn't universally true,
you do this in game?
as the coconut crab, a variation of the hermit crab build,
coconut crab hate,
packs one of the strongest crushing grips in the entire game. Strong enough, in fact, that coconut crabs actually drop the Armor Scavenge ability once they reach a size big enough to rely solely on their claws for defense.
Terrifying.
However, this is an exception, and also something coconut crabs only unlock at high levels. Before that, their game plan is identical to regular hermit crabs, meaning these absolute powerhouses still rely on the Armor Scavenge ability in order to maintain meta relevancy.
Wow.
Upgrading the hermit crab stats with good shells and add-ons can make or break the viability of the hermit crab build. Unfortunately, securing a proper shell is becoming more and more difficult in the current meta,
Yeah.
In part, this is due to the acidification of the ocean, which is a huge nerf to the viability of snails because it causes their shells to partially dissolve.
I never thought about that.
And with less players spawning in as snails, this in turn means more competition for those shell drops. But on top of this, choosing a good shell is getting harder due to an influx of plastic garbage polluting all of the best looting areas. Now, while hermit crabs are adaptable, and in some cases can even turn this into a win, plastic shells simply are inferior to the calcium shells dropped by defeated gastropods. But when the resource pool is constantly diluted with these low-quality drops, it's hard for builds with low intelligence, like the hermit crab, to consistently separate shell from trash. Ultimately, this is not a problem the hermit crab mains should be subjected to. And to be honest, compared to other beach-dwelling builds, hermit crabs have it pretty good. The abundance of garbage on beaches can be hugely damaging to less adaptable builds, and something needs to be done. This is why I joined Team Seas, an initiative started by some of the best creators on the internet.
I think we need to make a video
Our goal
on the
is to remove
hermit
30
crab,
million
like,
pounds of trash from the ocean.
the hermit
And
crab,
to do that, we need your help. It's quite simple, really. Each dollar donated equates to 1 pound of trash deleted from these biomes, which is quite a lot of trash when you think about it. I mean, that's like 50 water bottles.
November 16th?
There's a link in the description of this video that you can click on to either donate or read more about the plan's specifics.
So how many years ago was
But you
that?
can also just tap this fancy new donate button if you're trying to speedrun your conservation efforts.
This was in
Tier
2021.
will also be donating
but
to the
hasn't
cause.
this cause
So I hope
already
you'll join
like
me in
removed
giving
a whole
hermit
bunch of
crabs
trash
as well as
out
dozens
by
of
now?
other beach-dwelling builds
Which
the
is really
buff they
impressive.
deserve. Thanks so much
They
for watching,
actually
and
did
until
what they
next
set
time,
out to
good luck
do.
out there.
Fish spitting videos over there. Wait, isn't this just RuneScape? This is RuneScape, right? Is he just playing RuneScape all the time? Yeah, the game is actually canon now. I can't believe. Yeah. Is there one for the coconut crab? I hate that thing. The thing is so scary. I really shouldn't need to worry about coconut crabs, but here I am. You know? Just like how I never need to really worry about the rockfish. And yet, Australia. Oh, what the heck? Are there raiders? Hello. I didn't see it. Oh, hello. You guys want animal facts? You guys like animals? Was she playing Pokemon, if I remember? It's Pokemon, right? Hi. Happy Christmas the 4th. Did you guys have a good Halloween? Do you guys want to see all of your Pokemon spec'd into different gameplay stats? Yeah, how far did she get in Pokemon? Coconut crab might be a good pet. No! Coconut crabs are venomous. That's the worst part. They're already big enough and terrifying enough. They can kill you if you don't cook them correctly. Anteaters are crazy. They are. There's so many animals that are quite terrifying. I do think anteaters are overpowered. It's a good thing they only want to eat ants, really. I think honey badgers are terrifying and mongoose are terrifying. She lost against the guy you beat rank V? Rank V was a while back. Rank V. Who on earth do you fight at rank V? I already beat Vinny, so I'm at rank like... Oh, I beat Canary, so... Whatever rank that is. Barely, by the way. I'm doing terribly in this game. This game is so freaking hard. You need to grind so much in this game. And it's so hard to grind because they don't give you time to switch Pokemon. I switch Pokemon, they're like, ha. Knocks it out. Because you have like so much of a... You have so much of like a... Turn debuff when you want to switch. Turn debuff when you want to like use items. It sucks. The bearded guy? I don't remember. I just know Vinny was pretty hard. Vinny was so hard. Canary was fairly hard too. Or Electros. Thunderwave! Hi Maple as well. Okay, everyone ready to watch Pokemon videos with me? This is the OG Pokemon. Before Pokemon, we were playing this pack. Yeah, exactly. Of course, Maple Rids, if we're talking about Pokemon. Has she been playing the latest Pokemon? I need to talk about it. Wait, can I go on a rant about Kanari? Is it okay? Nobody, like, cares about Pokemon spoilers, right? I have some words about Kanari. First of all, I want to... Okay, first of all, hi everybody, Meimi-mu-me-mo. I'm a little fortune dealing witch from GlitchStars Virus and Alphamira Majokko Meimi. Dasho! We're watching some Tier Zoo videos about animals and very important animal facts about which animal factions you should spec into. Obviously, it's cats. Obviously, it's cats, but like... Apparently not cheetahs. He has a thing against cheetahs. But anyway, Kanari is not the perfect VTuber. No! I hate that! The first thing you do when you learn about Kanari, first of all, is we are making... Oh my god. Oh, okay. Alrighty, I'll just sit here then. We have the Twitch side coming in as well. How far did she get? Anyway, should she get out of the lab this time? She got out of the lab? I don't know if I could ever play Pokemon with any restrictions. Clearly, because I am getting boned. I'm getting bodied in ZA right now. It's 1:30 a.m. It is 1:30 a.m. I hope you don't die, but have a good ape. She got to Elite Four and then died. That's another clip. That's another clip, isn't that? She always makes clips out of those moments. Cares about Pokemon states and location. What kind of states and location? A randomizer is pretty easy. Have you ever tried a Kaizo man? That's what she's doing. She's doing a Kaizo man. Okay, that's beyond difficult. That's just I hate myself. I don't know. I don't know why we have so many M types in GlitchStars, but I'm not one of them. I'm getting bodied. Yes, I'm barely surviving in ZA. Alpha Pokemon have it out for me, and I've died to the freaking victory bell. Okay. God, because he knocked me out. Because I'm bad at Elden Ring. I have never been good at Elden Ring, and I have to let go of buttons to roll out. I have my stupid left button or whatever, left trigger, held down to use Pokemon moves, and then I have to go and dodge roll out of everything, and then I can't... I don't know how to stop my Pokemon from walking into the extremely telepath, like, piles of poison, instantly killing my poor Pokemon. Is it my fault he wants to path that way? Yeah, they have perfectly good range moves, but they don't want to sit still and shoot them off. I'm busy, like, dodging the attacks myself. God. So, I'm not very good at action games, and this game has proven that I should not play. I probably will not like any of the Arceus games, and if this is the path it goes, I'm so screwed. Give me my turn-based games back, I swear to God. Yeah, but, yeah, I've died a couple times in Pokemon now, which has never happened to me, ever, in other Pokemon games. Like, I don't lose at Pokemon, okay? Pokemon's like my cute little brain-off game where I collect my favorites and we, you know, wreck and whatnot. I've never had to fight for my life so badly. Every single fight I'm doing, I'm living with 1 HP. Like, it's bad. It's bad. Sometimes it's because I just don't hold the button enough. I'm like smashing it and it's just like, oh, sorry, you have to re-hold the L button because it's not registering. Sorry, you like held it down and then they switch Pokemon. You gotta hold it again. And meanwhile, they're already launching an attack. You're not allowed to do that. That's illegal. They can't get a paw shot off of me. God. Oh yeah, I can't believe I'm like defending Digimon here. We're going back to Digimon. It's safer there. Digimon, we're in the middle of my boss fight. They sent me an out. They really do ex machina a way for me to beat that boss fight in Digimon, and I salute them for it because I was not winning. To be fair, there was like a very obvious solution in Digimon, but I was 1 Digimon off. I didn't know I could have gotten that stupid Blimpmon. That blimp mod would have solved all of my issues had I known, but I didn't know, and no one told me, so... I tried following its rules. Yeah, the parrot. The parrot. Evil parrot! Yeah. Anyway, my rant about Kanari. Okay, first of all, yes, Kanari is a cheap copy of Iono because Iono was so popular, they figured they could do it again. Why should we not create a freely simpable character in Pokemon? It pays the bills. I get it. I understand. You know, they saw the success of Iono and they wanted to recreate it. I cannot fault them on that, even if it is what it is, which is lazy. It's lazy. We couldn't even switch to the type here. We couldn't have a fire type. We couldn't have a water type. Like, let's be honest. Does it have to be electric because she's a streamer? She streams games. Also, Iono is superior because Iono is actually a Pokemon battle. She's a battler. She's a gym leader, but she also is good at Pokemon battling. Or at least entertaining. You know, I'm not gonna stand up here and pretend I'm good at games. I at least try to be entertaining. At least we can measure her popularity based somewhat on either her entertainment, cuteness, or whatever, right? But it has some basis, okay? Meanwhile, Kanari is famous for what? She plays Tetris 24/7. She's a Tetris gamer, guys. She doesn't even want to go outside. Second of all, so just like, that's our premise. That's a premise. Kanari is Iono 2, but she plays block games instead of Pokemon battling. It was unnecessarily difficult to have to fight through her gate-kept fan club to fight her for a promotion match. So, like, that's also very rude of her. She's very rude and inconsiderate and unreachable. What is everyone else supposed to do if they, like, get matched off with her? Die, I guess. She also said her sentiment was a promotion match. What? If you were a true Kanari fan, you'd want to be at the same level as me. Oh, the narcissism of that statement caught me off guard. Yeah, guys, you guys should want to be just as good, but not any better than me. Like, that's illegal, guys. You're not a true Meimi fan if you're better than me at video games. I will kill you first try. This is a threat. For real. Okay, but also, I feel like, wait, if you guys don't know who Kanari is, wait, hang on. There might be some people who don't know who Kanari is. Let me give you guys a picture. Kanari, Pokemon ZA. Here she is. She's most of this game, she's like, she has a mask on though. But this is the 2 seconds of her where you get, yes. What is she? An E-girl! She's an E-girl. She's like not a VTuber, she's an E-girl, but it's fine. Whatever. It's not like I care or anything. Why does she have makeup on if she's gonna wear a mask? My question. Clearly, they don't actually... They've never worn makeup. Okay, I've worn makeup and put a mask on. Well, guess what happens? It smears everywhere. I have so many disposable masks that I have to toss. Or the, like, ones that I have to, like, wash after one use because they have lipstick stains, foundation stains, everything. It's impractical. I would never stream for as long as she does with a mask over makeup, but that's neither here or there. That's just character design, whatever. I guess she's cute. I will not argue that. She is cute. She is very, like, e-girl designed. Whatever. I won't say that her design is bad. In fact, I think the image behind her, here it is. This picture is really cute. I actually think this, like, merch of her is adorable. I would also have that as my wallpaper if I was a Kanari fan. So, good choice of artwork, I guess. But anyway, back to my rant. So we go to her little fan club secret gathering to do a quiz. It's because we just want to fight her. We need to, in fact, fight her. We can't progress the game if we don't fight her, so we have to. We have Naveen, our resident simp, get us in. And our resident simp, who is being portrayed in a very bad light for being a simp. Everyone's like, yeah, that's so funny, Naveen. You go enjoy your little live streams. Oh my gosh, you're so elitist about being a fan. Okay, so one strike against fans. Fans are very elitist and gatekeepy, and you're not a real fan, hashtag, if you don't know every obscure fact about her that she mentioned one time in a podcast like 5 years ago or whatever. The next fan you meet, the guy on the right, oh my god, all otaku. All otaku have glasses and pimples and are fat and are ugly and are extremely rude. Okay, so now all, you know, all streamers are being portrayed as, you know, this unrealistically cute girl that is out of touch with reality, who have fans that are extremely rude, gatekeepy, ugly, unattractive. What the heck? Okay, so we meet him, and this whole time he's like, actually, if you were a real fan, you're just like a newbie. I'm like, everyone would know this. So we do that. Not only that, in the quiz that she asks us to accomplish this task, which is to get her Pokemon a freaking snack. Imagine you guys went to a meet and greet and the streamer was like, okay, everyone, if you want a meet and greet with me, you have to buy my cat like a premium cat treat. That's what it is. You had to go and find the exact right cat treat to give to her Pokemon for a snack. Which you obviously should have known that she liked a very particular type. You had to go out and buy it. So yeah, we have that. And then finally, the big reveal, which is spoiler alert. If you don't want to get spoiled, here's the big spoiler alert, okay? You go to the area, well, the like, warehouse or whatever that she says you should go to meet her. And you find her grandpa. And then you find out this entire time, this girl is too lazy and antisocial to do her own meet and greets. That's right. This entire time, all of her meet and greets were piloted by her grandpa. So there you have it. All streamers are guys with a voice changer piloting an avatar. Yippee. Ugh. That's a win for VTuber. You know, VTuber fans everywhere, right? Yeah, that's right. I'm an old man. I'm a guy that only knows how to do Wink and Thunderwave and whatever. And I never go out and do any fan activities because I hate you all. That's what it's saying. Kanari is Kanari is so unappreciative of her fans that she shoves the duties to her gramps, an old man, who, by the way, also accidentally nearly took me out because I did not expect him to be a ground type. But you know, that's me being a bad trainer, I guess. Yeah, and then like afterwards, she comes out. The real one comes out, so she is still streaming. There is a real Kanari, okay. She's in the next room. She couldn't be bothered to like greet us until we defeated her grandpa. And then she acts spoiled about it. She fights us for hashtag content, in which she's acting super cute and animated just because it's going to be live streamed later. And she loses, obviously, if you're playing the game right. I barely won, but whatever. She complains about it. She's like, "Wow, Grandpa, this wouldn't have happened if you hadn't lost earlier." Grandpa's be like, "I'm sorry, I'll buy you anything you want, girl." And she's like, "Really? Yay!" And then she turns to you and she's like, "I know you're not a regular. I know all my regulars. There's definitely somebody pulling the strings behind you. So here, have a signed plushie." Which is the only nice thing she has done. At the very least, she knows all of her regulars. And she's willing to sign plushies for them. So we get to send a signed plushie to Naveen for all his hard work backseating us about obscure knowledge. Yep. So, and then she goes back to streaming. She's like, sorry guys, I had to stop my streaming for a bit to get this you know, meet and greet over with. Anyway, back to block game. And that is the story of Kanari. Yeah. Okay. I feel like I just took so much psychic damage doing that entire quiz. That entire situation was like... Over and over, all the twists were like, yeah. Imagine being a simp. Imagine liking streamers. Aren't VTubers all cringe? Aren't all otaku cringe? Hello, this is a freaking Pokemon game. All your fans are otaku. These are the people you're mocking. Hello? This is so out of touch. Did it have to go so hard on the tropes? Did it have to be so, like, disparaging on the culture? Iona's not a VTuber. She's a streamer. Technically, because they're all, like, they look exactly like they are. They are, like, live streaming as themselves. Iona was different because she... What did she do? She, like, made you do a collab with her. So, like, she mostly does, like, game shows. Your whole thing was, like, in order to fight her, you had to do a trial, right? And her trial was, like, can you go around the city and, like, find all the right people or whatever, right? Which is whatever. It's within the rules of her gym. Completely normal. She doesn't make fun of anybody, right? She's a very cheerful girl. She streams it. Cool. And then she streams your match with her, and that's it. And that's all. She's appreciative of her fans. She shows up. She's out there vlogging herself, doing the legwork. Kanari, on the other hand, is literally like privileged e-girl, like hates her fans, but stalks her regulars, I guess. Entitled princess. Man. Okay, I don't think either of them have cute Pokemon. Electros versus Bellable, whatever. She did have a simp battle us for her gym challenge. That's different. That's different, though. Like, I don't think like having them volunteer for that is a bad thing, right? It would be funny. It'd be funny if, like, we pit our fans against another, like, streamer's fans for, like, a silly competition or something. That's not being like, okay, if you're a real fan, you would, like, absolutely know that the laptop I started streaming on was owned by my whatever. You like Belly Bowl? Okay, fine. I don't think it's ugly. I do think Electros is a little ugly. Do you have cute Pokemon, though? I absolutely have cute Pokemon. All my Pokemon are cute. I'm suffering for it. I have too many Pokemon that are weak to dark types. The fact that Electros had Crunch wiped out, like, 3 of my team. That was the problem. But they have really good type coverage. Actually, all of the NPCs in ZA are way too good. I think their AI is really smart. The freaking type coverage! They all crunched me to death. Yeah. Iona also used Miss Meiges in a clever way? You think so? What do you mean by clever way? I like that all the terrestrialized Pokemon were a different type. Maybe you had functional Pokemon. Hey, would you just call my Gardevoir? Would you just call my Lucario? You wanna say it to their face? Huh? You wanna say it to their adorable, cute face? You would never kick Gardevoir off your team. So what if she got crunched, okay? So what if she's a glass cannon, okay? My Mega Gengar, okay? My Gengar's there to stay. His name is Moose, I'll have you know. I can't leave Moose behind for something like optimization. Humph. It's out of love. I I play my games out of love. I don't play by your stupid optimized competitive play. Levitate is an ability so you can't ground spam. Oh, I don't usually use ground Pokemon. Whoops, I probably should have. Gengar definitely got crunched. Yes. Yes. So yeah, Gardevoir got crunched. Gengar got crunched. You want to know the last one that got crunched? You want to know the last one that got crunched? My Delphox. Okay, like, honestly speaking, how was I supposed to expect my Delphox to get swept in this matchup? I had the type advantage. Okay. My poor Delphox. Of course I had to use my Delphox. She carried for most of the fight up until then. Okay, she did a good job. It's not fair! I won with only one Pokemon alive and all my other Pokemon don't get any XP from it! I hate this game. I don't even have time to, like, revive them all. You know what I'm saying? I was winning by the skin of my teeth. Meow, 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 meow. It wasn't even a dark type. Electros is not a dark type. It was one dark move. He was just faster than me. He's really fast. Speed is all you care about in ZA. It's an incredibly unbalanced game where all you care about is freaking speed, because you can get your stupid attacks off faster and your cooldowns are off faster. And who cares about the old timetables about what's good? That's thrown out. Everyone just has to know how to protect at the right times. Ooh, I love playing Elden Ring in my Pokemon game. Ooh, man, you can't run around and dodge against that, okay? Shut up. I hate this game. Anyway, Mega Garchomp is good. I don't have a Mega Garchomp yet. Good for you. Happy for you. I have a Mega Lucario instead. He did his best at the end, and he saved my team. I think. First of all, I didn't actually know that Riolu evolved based on friendship because I forgot. I didn't. He was like level 40. I was like finally like, he still hasn't evolved. Is there something wrong with him? Looks it up. Oh, you have to go to a cafe with a Pokemon. What? How was I supposed to know that? You have to take them to cafes. For the record, he was level 40, and I needed 2 cafe visits. I don't know what that means, but just so you know, you need about 2 cafe visits if you also didn't like level your Pokemon in a trade for 10 levels. Maybe 3? Maybe if I didn't level him up, he would have been 3 cafe visits away. Do you hunt evolution? I haven't seen any Eevees yet. There was one Eevee, and I failed to catch it, so I haven't gotten any yet. Riolu was friendship in the day, so even more complex. Okay, yeah, but like, realistically speaking, in this game, it's not nighttime when I'm busy evolving Pokemon. Okay, I'm not going to cafes during the night either. This game is hard. I have my grievances. I needed to rant about it. There are cute electric types. They just wanted to use the mega Electros. They already gave Mega Mag. What is his name again? The dog. Oh, the electric ship dog. Manectric, right? Manectric. They gave the Manectric to Urbane, right? Or I guess if you guys are playing and you chose the guy, then you get the girl. What's her name again? Tawny or something? Yeah. You can spam cafes or friendship. Well, I know this now because I looked it up. But how was I supposed to know that before? I just thought like, okay, if I keep leveling my Riolu, at some point he's going to figure that this love was real. But no. 10 levels later, he was not convinced. But 2 expensive cafe drinks later, and he evolved. In my days, go to the hairdresser once a day. What, hairdresser? In my day, I had Pokemon Ami, where I just obsessively pet my Eevee until it turned into a Sylveon. So there. Why can't I pet my Pokemon? This is blasphemous. You could even play with them in the stupid, like, picnics. Give me back my me time with my Pokemon, huh? Huh? Massage parlor in black and white, was it? Yolu cares about money, not actual friendship. I did grumpily take cute pictures with him. I will post my cute pictures with my Riolu. I was like grumping the entire time, like, okay, fine, I'll give you a stupid cafe drink. You want this cafe drink? Okay. Ooh, you did something cute. Snaps picture. Why can't you play Pokemon? Exactly. It's like half of the X and Y's fun. We got to pet our Pokemon for the first time. Anyway, that's my rant. I don't know. It's about ZA. Any of you guys, if any of you guys don't, you know, share my opinion, you are wrong in not playing the game. You're just willing to simp for any stupid girl that has a vaguely cute design, even if they don't treat you right. You should love yourselves more. You should do better, okay? You can do better. Follow Iono's streams instead. She at least tries her best. Yeah, I just bravely do my own content. Even if I'm bad at it. Haven't played it, seen all the new waifus? Okay, wait, I don't have a picture of her, but who's her simp? I met the girl that really likes Kanari. What's her name again? Pokemon ZA. Gwen. Okay. This girl? There's obviously a better character out there, and it's Gwen. It's obviously Gwen. She's top tier. She's the cutest. I've just met her, and she's in lesbians with another girl, but that's fine. We can hold hands together. I'm open-minded. She's so cute. I can't believe there's a girl that's designed after Chandelure. I'm not even in the right outfit. I'm not in the right outfit. She obviously looks a lot more like Ina than she looks like me. I know I don't really look like her, but I just want to know. We like the Pokemon designer team. We have the same brain cell. Our same brain cell connected, and that Chandelure has a beautiful design. Where's my design outfit? Where did I put it? Maybe it's in here. What the heck? Where did I put it? Merge our assets? Where did I just put it? Like somewhere in the wild. Okay, I don't really know. I guess I'll use this one. Oop. 1 second. I use this one then. We are inspired by the same design. Which means superior designs. The cutest gothic, spooky, classic design. Am I right? I can't believe they have such great taste. They have such terrible taste and great taste at the same time. I'm so so confused because of it. Okay, here's my key visual. Look at that. Ta-da! 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 The cutest girls are based off of Chandelure. Which Pokemon game is this? This is the game where you guys can play and chat. You guys can backseat and chat, and then I will make all the wrong moves because I'm a goldfish that selects buttons based on input. Oh, it's so cute. I need to get my hair... I need to turn my hair dark. Then we're truly the same. It's more like purple. It's dark purple, right? I only have a black toggle. I need a purple one. GlitchStars Pokemon. We need a Pokemon that represents every single girl, right? Okay, I'll be Chandelier. I keep waffling between what my actual favorites are. Because it's not Chandelier, but... Chandelier does make a strong case for itself. Maple is Nuzleaf? Why Nuzleaf? I guess. Nuzleaf looks like it wants to fight. Yeah, I was thinking Trevenant too. I was like, what about like an actual tree? There's other trees. Nuzleaf isn't even a tree. Goldfish strat, yes. Isn't the goldfish plays Pokemon stream? Cause she's Nuzlocked? Boo! Bad pun, boo! Can you keep ranting about whatever e-girl Pokemon instead? You wanna talk about Kanari? Okay, wait, hang on. After I've made my case, I need you guys to tell me. You guys prefer a Yono or Kanari? Start poll. Which Poke e-girl? There you go. I did not influence you guys in whatever way. What are you talking about? Yeah, I need to make a poll. Oh, yeah. Okay, hang on. Kanari. Bam. There we go. What do you mean Count Hattie is a main Pokemon? That's my accessory. Hello? Does not count. It's like if I was wearing a Miss Meiges hat. It's like Yono wears like Magnemites on her head. Doesn't mean she uses them. They're just friends. Elisa. She's not a e-girl though. Elisa, she's actually just a normal Pokemon gym leader who's also a model. She has a career, a traditional career, you know, as a model. Yeah, totally unbiased, Paul. She has sharp teeth. True. She has the shark teeth thing. I've always wanted like a skin fang or something. It would make me look spicier, right? Like I could bite you at any moment. It makes me look gremlin-y. Yeah, the Magnemite accessory's cute, right? E stands for electric. True. Yeah. Arisa is Raticate. She deserves a better rat. More like, there's no pink rats. You're right. She reminds me of Chumon in Digimon. But I guess Arisa. I mean, there's like Patrat, but that's more of like a meerkat looking one. Banging gem theme. I don't know her gem theme or anything. Yono's song is pretty good too. Magnemite's one of my favorite mons. Really? What is it about a levitating screw and some magnets? Sharp teeth aren't that good. I have 4 teeth that are sharp. It hurts when you bite your tongue by accident. Okay, but consider this. I'm built different. I bite you. I don't bite myself. I'll bite you. I'm sure you guys would, you know, indulge me, right? Just a nibble or two. Mystery Dungeon and Magnezone? Oh, I never played Mystery Dungeon. A Alolan Raticate? No, that thing looks ugly. Competitive electric steel? Okay, I'm not arguing against them being good, but consider this. I don't care about the meta. Meta this, meta that. Have you ever met a girl? Well, an e-girl. An e-girl that isn't secretly her grandpa. I need to play Mystery Dungeon? I know! I asked everyone and they said no. I saw there was a Pokemon mystery dungeon in it was available in one of the retro online packages for Nintendo Switch, but everyone was like, "No, well, it's a good game, but it probably wouldn't be that good to stream." I was like, "You know, you're right. Girl or guy in real life?" Buddy, I would even pretend to be a male. Ugh. Unfortunate for you guys. You guys can't be cute. You can just stream. What does that mean? You mean the mystery dungeon? I only do so many game streams a week though, so far we have Digimon to finish. That's my long-running RPG at the moment. It won over ZA, so that's why you get to hear my ZA rant without me actually playing it. I think I would have had an epic crash out if I had streamed that moment, so I'm a little like, are there any other epic crash out moments in the upcoming Pokemon ZA that I might possibly want to save for stream? Or do you just want to see me running around like an idiot? I should show you how I fight. I should show you that I'm absolutely abysmal at the stupid, like, raid mechanics. I can raid in Final Fantasy XIV to an extent, but in Pokemon, Lord save me, I cannot. I'm just like too busy trying to figure out how to command my Pokemon to not stand in puddles. My Pokemon doesn't listen to me. You're missing out on the ZA crash out. Time Stranger was in development for 15 years ago. I was waiting for Grand Blue Fantasy Relink for just as long, and then I just only spent 6 hours on it because I didn't stream it anymore. Oops. Democracy's a failure. You want to see it too? But then every stream I do per week would just end up being like either Pokemon or Digimon. That's like way too much. That's way too much creature collector for you guys. Anyway, let me take this out. Wait. Yeah, one too many monster things. Pokemon Pikmin. True. Where's the Pikmin crossover? The digital world? Okay, well, you can go to the digital world and then you're going to get eaten up by like a Trashmon or something, and then you'll be sorry. I'm still in the early game of Digimon. That's so sad. I've been playing so many hours of it. I've played more hours than Pokemon. Why am I still in the early game? Ugh. Eaten by Numamon? Numamon's too small. Just kick it. You wanna play Pikmin 2? Do you wanna see me stream Pikmin 2 though? I thought I would at least wait until Pikmin 3 or something, which has like co-op, and see if it would be a little bit more interesting. I don't know. It's too fun. I heard it was kind of hard. Harder than 1 anyway. I have a lot of crash outs over the puzzles. And then like I figured it out and like, oh okay. Meimi Gaming stop being like, what is this stupid? This mechanic doesn't make any sense. None of the Pikmin listen to me. I lost half of my Pikmin in 1 move and... Oh, okay, never mind. I figured it out. I'm all good now. Who am I gonna co-op with on Pikmin 3? Whoever wants to play it with me. No one carry me. Let's see. No one carry me. Archaic game design. Well, 1 was truly abysmal because the Pikmin don't listen to you and their AI says that they just really want to drown themselves and walk off a cliff and get stuck around the door and, you know, all that fun stuff. And then they'll stop at every hint of nectar and I'll be like, where are 3 of my Pikmin? Oh yeah, they stopped over there because there was nectar to be had. And they fixed all that in 2, so it's a little bit more playable. Anyway, you want to watch one more video or is it 2 a.m.? Whatever. It was a necessary event. It was a necessary event against the state of Pokemon writing, the state of Pokemon game design. Yeah, we should clip that moment because I need it said VTuber reacts to Pokemon VTuber. I'm sorry it was off stream though. To be fair, the whole process would have taken quite a bit in Pokemon since it was a long drawn out bit. Crustacean tier list? Okay, let's do the crustacean one. The mantis shrimp! Big fan. Your claw broke. That was me.
Crustaceans
that was
are
me
some of
and
the most popular builds in the entire
another
game.
crab's treasure.
In fact, they're so popular that it's become sort of a meme that every player will eventually drop their current character and switch to being a crab main.
Yeah, what's with
But
the
just
crab
how
mains?
competitively viable are crustaceans really?
They're very yummy.
Which unique abilities does the crustacean class make use of that enabled them to become such a resilient force across so many of the game's expansions and balance patches? And are they actually an optimal build choice in the current meta? Or are they just an easy-to-pilot, low-skill floor character? We'll discuss all this and more as we rank the most notable builds on the crustacean tier list. This video was sponsored by GiveWell. Before we get into the tier list, let's first discuss the crustacean faction's general game strategy, and the key abilities they use to accomplish it. Crustaceans are a part of the larger faction of arthropods, and so crustaceans inherit all of the main perks of the arthropod class. The most important one, of course, is their exoskeletal armor, which provides a huge defense boost. Given that most crustaceans have to contend with some of the most dangerous builds in the game, this extra protection is crucial to their viability. Their carapace, which is the thickest, sturdiest, and most important link in their armor, can block attacks from seabird beaks, fish jaws, and many of the other threats common in aquatic environments. It does, however, have the same weakness as all exoskeleton-type builds, which is that their defense stat drops drastically for a short time when leveling up. If their armor ever does fail them, this doesn't immediately mean game over. Crustaceans have the incredible ability to regenerate HP after taking damage, even being able to regrow entire limbs. So even something as devastating as losing a claw or a leg isn't something crustaceans can't recover from, and in fact can be the optimal play to distract an opponent and escape a fight. This ability makes crustaceans a very beginner-friendly build, as you can make a lot of mistakes and still progress through your playthrough relatively unhindered. Crustaceans also have uniquely specialized limbs that come to 2 points rather than 1. This makes it super straightforward to spec them into various different specialized opposable claws, which can be optimized for slicing, crushing, piercing, or grappling. I've said in the past that I think crustaceans are a broadly mid-tier class.
You do just grab crabs like that? They can't fight back! Oh my god.
And I think this still holds up. Crustaceans have a lot of interesting tools at their disposal, but due to their middle-of-the-road stat spread, they are constantly fighting an uphill battle against the many high-tier threats they need to contend with, and have to play things perfectly to not get run over in these matchups. So, let's see how the individual crustacean builds fare and get into the tier list.
The barnacle?
Starting us off in F tier, we have the barnacle. The barnacle is a crustacean build with an almost completely AFK strategy. As a barnacle larva, you find a spot and then attach to it and filter feed for the rest of your playthrough. Now, I'm not dunking on players who enjoy idle games. I'm a fan myself. However, this strategy does have some major flaws. Despite the fact that barnacles have the highest defense stat of any crustacean, the survivability of a barnacle is entirely contingent on their choice of parking space. Barnacles can attach to just about any surface, from ship hulls to cement walls, to whales and even other crustaceans. Choosing a spot on a non-living surface leaves the barnacle vulnerable to predators. As high as their defense stat may be, there are plenty of builds that are willing to invest in anti-shell defense abilities, like the acidic attacks of the starfish or the drilling attacks of the whelk snail, neither of which are uncommon on the reefs and coastlines that barnacles call home. But if they opt for a living host, which is easier said than done by the way, then their survivability is completely tied to the survival of their host, a tenuous gambit in a metagame as hostile as the ocean server. Whales
See, like, whenever I see that many barnacles, I just have this urge to scrub them all off. Did you guys have that? Like, when you see, like, a whole bunch of, like, bacteria or something, or, like, dirty grime, you just want to, like, take a scrubber and bleach it all off. Ew.
Are a pretty safe choice, but opportunities to secure real estate on a whale are few and far between. much more likely you'll need to settle for property on the shell of another crustacean.
It's kind of trypophobia,
which, as we'll see
actually.
later on this list, is quite a gamble. Personally, I'd say if you want to play a mostly AFK marine build, opt for the scallop.
Yeah,
as you'll still get to chill and filter feed most of the time, but can still escape if need be.
You're more delicious.
Also in F tier, we have the shrimp. Now, shrimp are a super diverse group with a ton of interesting strategies. But in general, shrimp make very poor use of the crustacean build's unique abilities. Broadly speaking, shrimp have weak legs, no eye stalks, and small claws. No eye stalks might seem trivial, but eye stalks are actually a pretty useful ability, allowing a player to take cover in the sand or under the seabed, while still remaining vigilant. Shrimp rely...
That's what he meant. I thought, like, eye stalks are particularly cute. Is it just me? I think crabs with little eye stalks are adorable, especially when they wiggle them.
Heavily on that same strategy, but because they cannot surveil their surroundings while hiding, a clever predator can easily just wait until they resurface and pick them off.
Look at those googly eyes.
Attacking a shrimp is also a lot less risky than attacking most crustaceans, as their damage-dealing abilities are far worse than the rest of the faction. The shrimp's scaled-down appendages are a trade-off meant to buff its mobility. Shrimps have spec'd into shorter, flatter legs that increase their aquatic movement speed in a way somewhat reminiscent of a fish's pelvic fins. This is a neat idea that means shrimp can freely swim rather than walking along the ocean floor. But in practice, this kind of just meant that shrimp ended up as the seahorses of the crustacean faction. A tankier but slower moving swimmer that can't adequately defend itself or evade attacks.
Oh my god.
So it gets bullied by every other nearby player. Shrimp do have one escape ability, in that they can very quickly dash backwards. But this is of course very predictable and exploitable by experienced players. Now, it's important to note that while they may not have the best stats, crafty shrimp mains have been able to reach some level of viability in the meta, either by speccing into debuff cleansing abilities and playing as a predator support class, or by abusing a quirk of the game engine which allows them to fire off powerful short-range sonic projectiles called cavitation bubbles that can stun other players. These are both respectable strategies that merit higher tier placement, but as a whole, shrimp are stuck in the bottom tier.
As they should be, they're very delicious.
First in D tier, we've got the isopod. Other than the barnacle, which literally cannot move, the isopod has the highest base defense stat of any crustacean on this list. Its shell is perfect for deflecting attacks, and when they curl into a ball like an armadillo, they're...
But I don't care too much about isopods except for the giant isopods. Giant isopods are a different tier.
Very few predators that can threaten them, unless they're several orders of magnitude larger outright. However, the isopod has essentially no damage-dealing abilities whatsoever. It has no attacks, no poison, nothing to threaten aggressive players with, and so against a persistent attacker, it will essentially always lose. Isopods are a diverse and widely distributed group, with both terrestrial and aquatic.
Okay, do not mention the fish tongue thing, because I know about the fish tongue thing, and I hate that thing. I don't like parasites. Ew, 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 ew. That's why the giant isopod's different. He's different.
Variants. The terrestrial variants, known as woodlice, pillbugs, and roly-polies, function very similarly to miniature cockroaches, using a flat shape to wedge themselves into hard-to-reach positions, and only leaving the safety of these places in order to scavenge for loot. The larger aquatic variants of the isopod are usually similar in their strategy, but can also opt for a parasitic playstyle, where they actually fuse with a fish player, destroying and replacing the fish's tongue. This parasitic strategy is great for farming XP and is super AFK, but does come with pretty much all the same risks I mentioned about the barnacle. If the fish gets attacked and defeated, the isopod usually goes down with the ship. Technically, if given the chance, they could detach and escape, but in the marine meta, chances like that are quite rare, and without a host, they're likely to just get picked off anyway. Not the worst crustacean, but it's leaving a lot on the table not making use of the crustacean's highly customizable forelimbs.
Oh my god. I didn't think we would be seeing cockroaches there. Woodlice, disgusting. Not tasty. I only like giant isopods because I pet one once. You can pet them in the aquarium. It's not extremely exciting, but it felt more exciting than the usual, touch pools. I will defend them and only them. Ew. Okay, it's okay. Crayfish. We're starting off with tasty ones again.
Next in D tier, we have the crayfish, also known as the crawdad. This is a smaller variant of the lobster subclass, which mainly sticks to freshwater servers. This means that unlike the lobster, which needs to be prepared to contend with the likes of sharks, octopus, eels, and the multitude of dangerous threats you'd find in the ocean servers, the worst things a crayfish might run into would probably be something like a turtle or largemouth bass. And yet, even in this much less punishing environment, crayfish still underperform. They have solid matchups against frogs, which is true of essentially every other build in existence as well, and they can sometimes hold their own against freshwater fish due to their armor, but pretty much anything beyond that and they begin to struggle. They don't have claws that are anywhere near as powerful as some of the other crustaceans on this list.
Look at this weak
and
grip.
so when confronted with an adversary, they often lose if they can't escape. Their only real advantage is that their smaller size opens up a lot of additional options to where they can run for cover and hide, as they can fit into very small openings between rocks and debris on a riverbed. However, because they often aggregate so close to the shoreline, they're vulnerable to being picked off by birds, whose pinpoint precision strikes can hit them even in partial cover.
Dang.
Without proper offensive capabilities,
Birds
they'll
are OP.
always find themselves outclassed by their more powerful relative. A build which I think we've name-dropped enough times already to just go ahead and move on to.
Lobster! I love
First in C
lobsters.
tier, we
They're
have the
delicious.
lobster. Lobsters are a solid marine tier build with lots of strengths, the
butter.
most obvious of which is their incredibly large and powerful claws, which
That
grant the
I bite
lobster
through.
one of the highest grip strengths in the entire game, able to easily crush through the defenses of just about any other player, and inflict devastating damage in the
why would you
process.
do that? Ooh.
This is excellent for defense, and also for taking control of an objective or point of interest on the seafloor. Similar to shrimp, lobsters also have fairly decent mobility, although the only direction they can move quickly is directly backwards. This is all quite solid, however, the lobster does have its own share of weaknesses in addition to the standard crustacean
God, he got
weaknesses.
taken out.
This backward mobility is fairly limiting, and means that attacking a lobster from behind often leaves them with very little counterplay options.
Yeah, what are they gonna do?
Their claws cannot
They
move
can't
backwards,
scuttle
and if they try
forward.
to use their burst mobility
Yummy.
option,
Oh my
their
God,
only
picking
choice
off
will be
one
to move
claw at a
directly
time.
towards you, unless they slowly reposition themselves so that their back faces away from the threat. Now, this is in contrast to the next build on our list, which I think is a bit more versatile in its mobility.
True crabs.
Next in C tier, we finally arrive at the
Look
crab
at
build.
his stalks! You see, this is what I mean. You guys don't think eye stalks are cute? I think just this kind of like look is cute. Not all eye stalks. Not all eye stalks are equal.
The poster child for the crustacean class, and one of the most reliable and consistent mid-tiers in the entire game. Crab claws are
Oh my God.
extremely customizable,
Crab mid.
able to be optimized for whatever best suits the current meta. Some spec into smaller, more precise claws that enable to capture small prey more easily. Some spec into sharp-edged claws used for slashing at soft-bodied opponents
Return
such
to
as
crab.
cephalopods. And some opt for pointed claws, perfect for jabbing at pesky fish who can't mind their business. However, the thing that really sets crabs apart from other crustaceans is that they've opted not to spec into the pleon trait. The pleon is the rear abdomen seen on most other crustaceans we've discussed so far. It's the tail part which allows shrimp and
tail is
lobsters
so
to
tasty.
use that special burst mobility option. The trade-off, though, is that the pleon vastly increases their hurt box and functions as a weak point. In order to have the flexibility required to give them that quick movement, it can't be as heavily armored as the rest of them.
I didn't know lobsters
while
could actually get
crayfish,
that
shrimp,
red.
and lobsters fold pretty
before
quickly when being
cooking.
attacked from behind, crabs can usually just shrug it off. However, just because they can't dash backward instantly like other crustaceans can, doesn't mean crabs are immobile. Instead, crabs focus on lateral mobility, which turns out is often much more useful for dodging attacks. They can quickly swim or dash to the left or right when needed, and although this might not be as impressive as the lobster's dash, it's still often enough to save their life anyway. Now, I don't want to give you the impression that I think crabs are at all overpowered. They still get bodied plenty, especially by builds that spec into high intelligence. But the strategy that goes into optimizing your character's hurt box is not something I think we should overlook, as that actually is a pretty high-level play.
I'm turning.
First,
I'm
in
turning.
B tier, we have the hermit crab.
I
Now,
wanted-
unlike
I
basic
wanted to.
crabs, hermit crabs do have a
wanted to fit in.
pleon, which they need to protect by scavenging and equipping the shell of a defeated snail player. Technically, this means they aren't true crabs. But what really matters is that this ability is busted. It allows them to match the defense stat of the barnacle while retaining their ability to move. And on top of all that, the shells themselves can be augmented with extra perks, courtesy of sea anemone players.
I mean, we went over this
combo,
already.
Hermit crabs can add a toxic sting to their defense.
He likes them more than true crabs.
I won't spend too much time on hermit crabs because I've already got a full video about them. But just understand that they've turned the main weakness of the false crab crustaceans into a major strength. The largest variant of the hermit crab, the coconut crab,
false
can actually reach
gods.
such giant. The largest
what was
variant
that?
of the hermit crab, the coconut crab,
No!
can actually reach such giant sizes that it surpasses the need for a protective shell.
Wait, I didn't know the coconut crab is related to the hermit crab and not the true crabs. I thought they were more like true crabs. Ew, 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 ew. Vastly carrying the hermit crabs, I think, here.
Since there's essentially nothing that's able to threaten it, and by dropping the heavy shell, they gain the ability to climb, which can allow them to even turn the tables on bird mains, which normally have an oppressive matchup against crustaceans.
Oh my god, that's horrible. Ew, ew, they can eat birds! They can eat humans too. Where's Amelia Earhart, huh? Huh, coconut crabs? You have a lot to answer for here. Also, what the heck is a copepod? Why is it higher than a hermit crab? What is this tiny little thing? Is this another sea slug? It's not as cute as a sea dragon, so I don't know it. What the heck? Why do you guys sound so excited about this? Copium, that's right. You.
Which normally have an oppressive matchup against crustaceans. Next in B tier we have the copepod. Now, this may seem like a weird inclusion on this tier list, as I usually don't discuss builds from the microbe weight class.
It looks like
but
plankton.
Copepods really do deserve a mention, as they pretty much have the entire zooplankton metagame on lock. They're one of the most numerous builds in the entire game, and can survive almost anywhere due to a multitude of elemental resistances. They're almost like water bears in a way, except in addition to being quite durable, they're also easily the most mobile of all plankton builds.
Ew.
Most other zooplankton only start out in that weight class.
So this is plankton! Plankton from SpongeBob? It looks like this? I didn't know his game.
Using their microscopic size to avoid detection from larger predators. However, as they level up, they increase in size and phase out of the planktonic metagame entirely. However, while in their planktonic stage, they're usually not super competitive, as they've spent all of their evolution points on abilities that they only unlock later on. Copepods, on the other hand, are fully optimized to max out their viability against other zooplankton, and thus completely dominate the meta in that space. They're not completely invincible, of course, and do often get taken down by colonial microbes, such as the Portuguese man-o-war and its relatives. But among free-roaming zooplankton, copepods reign pretty much uncontested in their niche. This is especially problematic for human mains, because copepods also ally with Vibrio bacteria to gain the bioluminescence ability, but can also transmit the deadly disease cholera.
What? Wait, what? What that deadly disease?
Luminescence ability, but can also transmit the deadly disease cholera.
Cholera? Cholera comes from contaminated water. It killed like so many people on like the Oregon Trail or something, right? Is it because we are eating contaminated like fish? With zooplankton?
And at the top of our list, in A tier, we have the mantis shrimp. The mantis shrimp is famously one of the most stacked builds the game has ever seen, at least when it comes to offense. Instead of the standard crustacean grappling claws, mantis shrimp opt for either raptorial blades or bludgeoning clubs, which they can swing with truly unparalleled strength. These attacks deal devastating damage to any player unlucky enough to be caught on the receiving end. And in many cases, these attacks result in a one-hit kill. Now, the mantis shrimp has a lot of hype and attention surrounding it, with a lot of players decrying the mantis shrimp as OP and broken and so on. The hype around its power stat is absolutely deserved. However, we can't forget that this build has a body plan roughly similar to the build that I've rated second lowest on this tier list. Their large, less heavily armored Pleon sticks out quite far from their carapace, which can leave them vulnerable to ambush attacks, just like a regular shrimp or lobster. Which is not an uncommon occurrence given their lack of camouflage. In addition, their small fins and small legs don't exactly translate to a high mobility stat, which is why, despite the fact that they're packing incredible heat, mantis shrimp usually only hunt the absolute slowest of prey: clams, scallops, and snails. This isn't a bad thing at all. In fact, I think the existence of a proper tank buster build is healthy for the overall metagame. But I do think the power of the mantis shrimp gets exaggerated a lot.
What is this? You can run do one of mantis shrimp's claws. Romance shrimp helped save my marriage. All hail the mana shrimp, the crustacean of creation and destruction. It only exists because it desires so. I heard his uncle works at Nintendo.
On forums and discussion
I heard he
boards.
saw Mew
Abilities
under a
like being able
rock.
to see color and polarize light in a unique way, or the bonus sonic damage effect their punches create. These are fun little quirks, but I don't think they significantly affect the mantis shrimp's place on the tier list. Give them running legs and the ability to breathe on dry land, and we'd probably need to start discussing a ban though. Overall, I think crustaceans are in a solid spot in the current meta. Not overpowered, but not to be underestimated either. Crustaceans and insects are closely related, and are the most successful factions within the arthropod class. So it's only natural that they'd constantly be compared against each other. Insects are far more dominant on land, whereas crustaceans reign supreme in the water. Though they're similar in many ways, insects have a lot of unique abilities that crustaceans do not, such as venom, eusociality,
and they're not cute at
most
all.
importantly, flight. Meanwhile, most of the important abilities we see in crustaceans are also found in the insect faction. Sturdy defensive armor, the ability to equip shells of defeated tanks, quick burst mobility, regenerating limbs. These are all things insects can do too. I will give credit where it's due though. Crustaceans do have an edge when it comes to that regen perk I mentioned.
Oh my god. What? Crabs look that squidgy when they're coming out of their shell? This is like stuff of aliens.
Insects can regenerate every time they molt, but insects actually stop molting once they reach their level cap and can no longer regenerate after that. This coincides with insects getting their wings, which is kind of paradoxical because it means their most fragile feature is also the only feature they can never regenerate. Crustaceans, by contrast, continue to molt and regenerate even after reaching their full potential, reinforcing the idea that crustaceans are a more beginner-friendly build. Crustaceans are arthropods, one of the most diverse factions in the game. And while many are important parts of their ecosystems, many others, including the copepods mentioned in this video,
I can't believe
can carry
copepods
diseases.
is so high.
These diseases can devastate communities that don't have the infrastructure to prevent them. And unfortunately, these same communities are often the ones least equipped to fight off these same diseases. It's the season of giving, and if you're anything like me, you want to help but worry that your donations could go much further and do a lot more good if used in the most efficient way. This is where today's sponsor GiveWell comes in. GiveWell was founded to help donors with that exact dilemma. They pore over independent studies and charity data to help donors direct their funds to evidence-backed organizations that are saving and improving lives. For example,
so highly
on
rated.
GiveWell, I was able to find that one of the best ways to prevent malaria, the disease transmitted by another arthropod, the infamous mosquito, is to donate to organizations that focus on providing nets and medicine to communities in sub-Saharan Africa, where malaria is present. I even learned it costs on average $5 per person to provide them a net, and $7 to provide them the medicine when done efficiently. GiveWell has now spent over 15 years researching charitable organizations and only directs funding to a few of the highest impact opportunities that they've found. Over 100,000 donors have used GiveWell to donate more than $1 billion. Rigorous evidence suggests that these donations will save over 150,000 lives and improve the lives of millions more. GiveWell wants as many donors as possible to make informed decisions about high-impact giving. You can find all their research and recommendations on their site for free. You can make tax-deductible donations to their recommended funds or charities, and GiveWell does not take a cut. If you've never donated to GiveWell's recommended charities before, you can have your donation matched to $100 before the end of the year or as long as matching funds
Are there
last.
any crab
To claim
like
your match,
Elden
go
Ring
to
bosses?
givewell.org
Are there any
and
like
YouTube and enter Tierzu at
huge
checkout.
scary crabs?
Make sure they know that you heard about GiveWell from Tierzu to get your donation
I feel
matched.
like crabs are always
Again,
memed
that's
on.
givewell.org to donate or find out more. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you next time.
There aren't any biases? Flaws? There's giant crabs in here. Yeah, there's giant crabs. Was there a boss like that? There's like... I feel like there's bosses with crab legs. Or like claws, but they don't really, they don't really, like... match a crab otherwise? Towards Arma for no reason? Yeah! Lots of the crabs keep doing that. There were so many videos where there was just like the crab went yeet? I guess they were stressed and they think if they throw their claw and they can run away. The crayfish snipers? What? They exist in Elden Ring? Why are there so many crabs in Elden Ring? They're too goofy to be intimidating. They scuttle sideways very menacingly. FGO has crab mobs. Yeah, they do grow back, but it takes them so long to grow back if you think about it. Only coconut crabs are terrifying. Okay, this is how we'll end it off. Okay. Alrighty. Thank you guys for hanging out with me tonight. It's like 2:30 a.m. So I will be back tomorrow with a collab with Ari. It might be on her channel though, since she's learning tarot cards, and I'm gonna teach her. If you want to get your readings done and maybe get cursed by an anime girl and 2 witches, stop by. It's Ari Lunami. See you guys. Crab rave out.
Majokko Meimi.
Also, Iono is winning the poll. Base. It's only 60%. That could go higher. That could go a little bit higher. I don't know. I'm just saying. We need a Waluigi board. Oi. It's not that bad, I'm sure. I don't know what she's gonna ask me, though. Okay, you guys can go read off to Ari so you guys can, free follow her. Crabs are the pinnacle of evolution. They can shed shells indefinitely, but they die when they get too tired to do so. But they're also so squidgy when they do it. And they're so very yummy. Now I really crave lobster again. Even though I had it last month. I want more. That's Meimi. Naito.